Perfect. Perfect.
Yo, what is good, everybody? Welcome on in 2022 NBA Draft Live Watch Along with your boys, man. We'll be talking about all the news, rumors going down tonight, reacting to all the draft picks, and most importantly, seeing what these Philadelphia 76ers will do with the 23rd overall pick. 170 people waiting on us, man. Let's go. We are live on 2 channels. Philly Take with RB. Run it back, Philly. I'm RB. DJ Eastwood. Guys, wherever you're watching, hit that like button. We're also going to be taking your live calls. You want to call in? Give us some heat, man. We got you covered all night long. Good things planned. What's going on, everybody? Let's go, man. Shout out to everybody rocking out there in the chat. Once again, we'll be covering the entire draft tonight. We got you covered, man. Going to be a good one. Things heating up already. Again, I'm RB. DJ Eastwood in the house. What's going on, DJ?
Oh, yeah. Rumors already popping off, man. Rumors are already popping off. We were hoping that Daryl Morey didn't do anything before we were live, so we made it. We are live right now, and nothing has officially happened yet, so we didn't miss it. But man, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. You can tell just by the rumor mill, just by how Twitter's kind of getting excited that he's been on the phones. There's some things out there. There's definitely some things out there. 2-team trade, 3-team trade. Picks going this way, picks going that way, future picks, who knows, man. I don't expect the Sixers to draft a player at all. I 100% expect there to be something that goes down when Adam Silver walks up to the thing. Is that how it goes? Does he walk up and say the Philadelphia 76ers have traded the number 23 pick?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I expect.
Yep.
That's what I expect. But again, last year, the only reason I was here because I wanted him to trade Ben Simmons, and that didn't happen. So, and then he took Jaden Springer. So, I guess it's possible that nothing happens, but I would almost guarantee it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Once again, 240 up in the chat. We're on 2 different platforms. Hit that like button for the boys, man. Help us out. Takes a second. Push this content around. Once again, we'll be covering the whole draft. We had to do this, man, because last year, we did the stream. We did the trade deadline. We have to redeem ourselves, man. 3rd time is the charm, right? Last year, we were just sitting here, just waiting and waiting. We take Jaden Springer. Nah, something is about to go down. We've been talking about it. We did a stream last night discussing some different possibilities, giving our thoughts. And really, we both are, have come to an agreement here that we don't think the Sixers will, keep this draft pick. We talked about PJ Tucker. We talked about Eric Gordon. Will it be Thibault on the move? Will it be Danny Green? Could it potentially be Tobias Harris? Well, we have some rumors brewing up, man. We have it all coming at you. Let's get into some news real quick before we get started. We got about 10 minutes. And just a little while ago, man, Keith Pompey, he likes to come with the heat, man. Coming out, putting this out on Twitter, guys. The Sixers are apparently trying to acquire Eric Gordon using Matisse Thybulle as an asset as part of a 3-team deal, according to league sources. The Portland Trailblazers are in on this, so the mock deal would be Matisse Thybulle going to the Portland Trailblazers, Eric Gordon coming to the Philadelphia 76ers, and who knows from there. DJ, your instant reaction and thoughts to this kind of move?
My instant reaction is that it's exactly what I'm expecting. I'm expecting the Sixers are 100% in win now mode. Daryl Morey, believe it or not, does not care what anyone says on Twitter. He's going to do exactly what he thinks the team needs to do to try to get into the NBA Finals in Joel Embiid's prime, with Harden, with Maxey. He's just going to try to make this team better right now as best as he can. And, you know, if I had to pick a player on the Sixers that I think is definitely going to be traded, I think I said this yesterday, but it's going to be Matisse Thybulle, just because he has so much trade value based on his still potential at his age and what the general NBA landscape thinks about his defensive ability. So teams that struggle defensively are going to look at, hey, Matisse Thybulle's available. He's 24. Maybe we could teach him how to play basketball. You know, so he has value, a lot of value, really. So I definitely expect Daryl to use him. That combined with the fact that he seemed like he didn't fit in the playoffs. He was borderline unplayable. So it's almost, you know, you almost have to. Like we couldn't even really use him, and he has value. So I expect it. I know Eric Gordon and PJ Tucker, that makes us the Philadelphia Rockets. I get that, but these two guys are veterans. Eric Gordon at 33, still a 41% three-point shooter, does not shy away from letting it fly. A lot of our complaints with this team this past season was the fact that, like, why won't anyone shoot the ball? We get into these times in the half court where we're just passing the ball around. Nobody wants to shoot it. Like, put some guys on here that are just going to let it fly. You know, 5, 6, 7 3-point attempts per game. So I mean, if he could pull that off, and hey, again, if Joel Embiid stays healthy and you add Eric Gordon and PJ Tucker and James Harden makes the offseason rehab that he's supposed to make, and Maxey takes another leap with another offseason, I think this team could shock a lot of people next season.
Yeah, man, I'm right there with you. I've been talking about these guys for about a week, 2 weeks now. You know, Eric Gordon, PJ Tucker, like you said, the Philadelphia Rockets. I'm going to give my honest opinion, man. I really don't care where they're from. You know, I've been looking at free agents, looking at different pieces. The fact of the matter is, just like last year, the free agent market is slim. We don't have a lot of room to work with as well, given our contract situation. Still waiting to see what happens with the whole Harden thing. So Daryl Morey is doing exactly what he needs to do, right? As I always say, Daryl Morey is also a fan of the game. You can tell he's got the passion, right? He's sitting there watching a team go out 2 years in a row in the second round, and the guys are coming out explicitly, you know, stating they don't have mental toughness, right? How do you get better in that aspect when you're limited? You go get leaders, you get vets, you get experienced players who have played deeper in the playoffs. And the Rockets team, you know, back in 2017, 2018, they were, you know, one game away from going to the NBA Finals. And who was on that team? Eric Gordon's of the world, PJ Tucker's, guys that have played with James Harden. I understand people think Morey's fascinated with these guys. Well, maybe he should be. Because let's be honest, you know, the guys we have on this squad, we've been saying it for years, man. Furkan, Shakes, right? Players like that, Mike Scott's of the world, right? They're not enough. They're not going to get you over the hump. And even if you have to pay a premium, whether it's $19.5 million for Eric Gordon, whether it's $10 million a year for 37-year-old PJ Tucker, fact of the matter is you need more experience. You need leaders, guys that can come in, know what they're doing. And I just got to say about Eric Gordon, man, like, this whole notion, you know, instantly it's Eric Gordon's too old. Like the same thing that's being said about PJ Tucker. Guys, I have to remind you, like, I don't know if you guys have watched Eric Gordon play in the last year or two. I get it. He's not what he once was. He's 33 years old. Eric Gordon is 5 times better than anybody we have on the bench. Now, he has to stay healthy. He's got to stay healthy, and that's been a problem. I understand, and that's a real gripe. But Eric Gordon, his ability to be another ball handler, to knock down shots, to actually have confidence in big games. Eric Gordon is better than anybody we have on the bench. Don't overthink this, man. We need to get better. And that's what Daryl Morey's trying to do. And he's got former ties. So why not? Why not, man?
Yeah, I think Eric Gordon's the perfect example of a veteran and also a just straight up bucket off the bench. He had a 31-point game this season, and he had a 50-point game just 2 seasons ago. Name a player on the Sixers bench this past season that they could come out and drop 50. Like, really? You know what I mean? Like, we were playing with guys. We didn't want to admit it totally. We started to admit it towards once we started to collapse into playoffs. But we were playing with guys that are borderline not even NBA players coming off the bench. So you have to make upgrades. There's not a whole lot of players available. If he can get Eric Gordon, he's going to get Eric Gordon. And again, if you use Matisse Thybulle, it's not a big loss for us because we didn't really maybe Ron might be right that it's development, that it's culture, that we don't know how to use him. But either way, we weren't using him. So,
Yeah.
I say go for it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like you look at where we were at in the playoffs. We've been asking for a better bench for 2 years. The guys we have here are just not getting it done. And when we started this off season, we talked about all these role players that for some reason we want to hold on to, right? We can't do that anymore. We are in win now mode. These next couple years is what we're really looking for, right? We got to hope James Harden comes back healthy, but Joel Embiid, James Harden, Tyrese Max, you give them a little more time to mesh. Maybe Tobias is a part of the equation. You got to get better role players. You have to get guys, even though we want to get younger, more athletic, like we talked about yesterday, we have a couple pieces we can, put out there and try, like the Charles Bassies of the world, but you still need that experience. You need guys who know how to win. And especially when your star player is advocating for you to go out and get some of these guys, you have to make something happen. And if you go and look at the free agent market, there's a couple guys you get with the mid-level exception, get on a minimum deal. Are they game changers? Have they been in the big moments? I think Daryl Morey's, trying to make things happen, but before, these guys are going somewhere else. And, I can't be mad at it. I mean, if we end up with Eric Gordon, PJ Tucker, both of them, I don't care that they're coming from the Rockets. What I care about is, can they come in and contribute? That remains to be seen. But I think Daryl Morey's got his head on straight right now. I think he's trying to upgrade this team with the way that he can.
Right. And Kane Scott, I agree with you. He said the bench and the wings are the main focus points. I agree. And, getting those two guys or one of the two would be at least tackling one of those things or trying to tackle one of those things, and that's the bench. The wings, I agree, are a major issue. I don't know how you figure that out. He's going to have to. Again, you have the whole offseason to figure that out. This is not like the end-all, be-all. But, yeah, I totally agree that the wings are also an issue. When we were flip-flopping between Danny Green and Matisse Thybulle last season, that's not going to get it done in the NBA. So if he can figure out something and get, a starting small forward on top of signing one of these guys by the time like training camp starts, that would probably be the best case scenario and the dream scenario. But, all you can do is try, man. Daryl Morey's definitely a guy he's going to shoot his shot. He's going to try.
Yeah, I agree. And just like thinking off the top of the head here, obviously we'll have to wait and see what happens. Eric Gordon is not the final move that you make. He's not the only guy you get, right? I'm sure Daryl Morey would have a plan in place rather than having Eric Gordon be your fifth highest paid player at $19 million a year. Like if you're going to go and trade Matisse Thybulle, he knows we still need to get a younger piece or two and get more help. I don't think we would be done by any means. Then we could maybe go and pick up a guy in free agency. But Eric Gordon fills a need, and that's what Daryl Morey's trying to do. He needs to get depth on this team. He's scanning his options, and who knows, maybe we trade for Eric Gordon and we trade back a little bit. Maybe we get a high second-round pick, or maybe we get a future draft pick. We're low on draft capital looking forward. It's not just Eric Gordon. It's not just Matisse Thybulle. I have a feeling he could move Danny Green's contract. He could move Furkan. There are subsequent moves to be made. I think we're just getting started, man.
I think he can still move Tobias Harris. I think,
Absolutely.
Whether or not you get something back for him, I don't know. But, when you talk about it, people are still saying these guys are too old. We need youth and athleticism. You need youth and athleticism, yes, but you need players that can score in the playoffs also, I mean, like Matisse Thybulle literally is youth and athleticism, but he's can't get it done when it matters or at all with the ball in his hands right now anyway. I'm not saying maybe he does develop or whatever, but you need youth and athleticism, but you need veteran players that can hold it down in the playoffs. You need both. So I still think he can move Tobias Harris. Whether he does it tonight, I would probably doubt the Tobias Harris thing tonight, but he could probably still get it done at some point in the offseason. And then maybe you make some moves for some younger guys. Maybe next year, Charles Bassey, B-Ball Paul actually get minutes. When you talk about our rebounding being terrible and every time the bench comes in we get smoked on the glass, maybe Doc Rivers decides to play guys that can rebound for at least 10 minutes a game. So there's that too. Man, a lot could happen. A lot could happen. There's
no doubt. It's going to be an eventful night. We're about to get underway here with the NBA draft. We have 500 plus people in here watching. Wherever you are watching, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe, man. We appreciate everybody being out here. We're going to be taking your calls later on. If you want to call the show, give some thoughts on everything, there's the number on the screen, 508-924-3784. Shout out to everybody out there. Yeah, man, I think we finally hit a point because when you think about 5 months ago, right, Daryl Morey said out loud, Tease is untouchable. I'm not trading him. That's what held up the other trade. And here we are 4 months later. You can tell it's kind of boiling, right? Because now it's just like he's aggressively pursuing a trade from Matisse Thybulle. I think he's had enough. I think he's had enough of watching these guys like not develop. And we talked about it last night, that pressure, right? Like maybe it's starting to actually boil over. And maybe this will lead to something good, right? Maybe we'll get some new faces in here, guys we can, actually trust. Another thing going on real quick that we'll lightly touch on because I don't want to spend too much time on it. But how about this? Just coming out a little while ago, breaking news. There's an expectation that Kyrie will soon proceed to request a trade from the Nets. I'll let DJ have this one. I just want to say, don't let it go underappreciated, man. Like we have been up here telling exactly what was going to happen with this situation. I'm just going to leave it at that. But this is funny to me. Like the Nets have absolutely imploded. And we said that Ben would not play another game this season. We said that Kyrie, KD, and them couldn't get along. And here we go. They have our first round pick next year, so they might need it. They might need it, man.
Yeah, so. Listen, to everybody out there, let this be a lesson learned. Don't listen to people like Max Kellerman, who never – did you see that guy's jump shot? Did you see that clip of Max Kellerman shooting a free throw? The dude jumped in on a free throw and shanked it up like it was the worst thing I've ever seen. Never played the sport. He's a boxing commentator, and he was up there on ESPN every day. Brooklyn this, Brooklyn that. This is the best team ever. His face on ESPN screaming, and everybody eats it up and believes it. Now you learn your lesson. Listen to people that played the game, watched the game, love the game, know the game from inside and out. That thing was never going to work. I laughed when they signed all these guys. I laughed the whole time. I laughed anytime somebody said they were a threat. It never made sense. 3 guys that want the ball the whole game, no defense whatsoever anywhere. They had a worse bench than we did before we gave them Seth Curry and Andre Drummond, but it was never going to work. I saw this from a mile away, and it imploded so unbelievably perfectly, in my opinion. It's just one of the best things I've ever watched unfold in sports. And now the Brooklyn Nets, after giving up every asset they own for 3 selfish stars that were never going to get along, they are left to build around Ben Simmons. So I couldn't be happier about this, honestly.
Crazy,
it's
man.
Great. It's fantastic.
It's crazy. Like the foreshadowing skills are unreal, man. The pick is in here. There's been some talks. It is assumed that Jabari Smith will go number 1 to the Orlando Magic. We'll wait and see. Top 3 are kind of locked in. Then it gets interesting. Josh Burkhart in the chat says, his RB Philly take on the Sixers payroll. Dude's trying to sell us on Eric Gordon. Well, it's funny. A lot of people have been saying that, that Eric Gordon's too old and this and that. The funny thing is I haven't heard one better proposal for a guy that we could sign or realistically trade for, because I've been getting a lot of tweets about moving 6 stars. I mean, it just doesn't happen. But let's see who the pick is. Adam Silver going to the podium. Pick number 1. Who will it be? No spoilers in the chat. Not even looking at the chat.
Yeah, because I'm probably a good 30 seconds behind everyone else.
Wow. Wow. We have a stunner.
Whoa!
Paolo Banchero going to the Orlando Magic.
Whoa! Woj was so wrong.
It was supposed to be
Woj
Jabari
was
Smith.
so wrong.
I don't know if you saw yesterday, but the Vegas sportsbook odds, they went from like 1,600 down to like 400.
Woj said it was locked in. He said it's basically locked in, and he gave the top 3, and he's wrong.
Yeah, there was rumors. There was starting to be whispers, and a little while ago they started talking about it. But Paolo Banchero, number 1 overall for the Magic. Think about that fit, yo. Think about that. Jalen Suggs, right? Cole Anthony. I don't know. Franz Wagner.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. It's an interesting fit.
Building a nice young team, man. Building a nice young team. OKC is also building a nice young team. When I think about teams that are, maybe tanking the right way, maybe not extremely tanking, like some organization did, and only ended up with one guy worthy of even talking about. They're building a nice.
Want to know
nice
something
young
crazy
team there.
too? Let's think about this from the Sixers' perspective, right? So the Rockets were banking on Paolo Banchero falling to number 3 because it's assumed that Chet is probably going to go number 2 to OKC. So now how does this affect the Eric Gordon thing? I mean, Jabari Smith might realistically fall now to number 3. And that means the Rockets aren't, obviously they have Jalen Green. They wanted that, they wanted a piece like Paolo. He would probably fit well, with that team, and they've been banking on him. But now, a little bit of a shakeup. Will they need to keep Eric Gordon? I don't know, but it's going to be interesting. Do they want, a potential piece from the Blazers now?
What kind of comparison is this? Michael Beasley?
Now they're showing Ben Simmons. Oh, man. Guys, if you want
What are we talking about? They compared him to Ben Simmons. I'm out, bro. I quit. This has been a nice stream. ESPN is out of their minds. Who's running the show? This guy doesn't even play.
I saw someone in the chat a little while ago say, "Yeah, I came here because I can't watch the ESPN show." We appreciate you guys out there in the chat, man. We appreciate you guys out there in the chat. But if you're just tuning in, we got 6:15 in the house. A stunner to begin the draft. Paolo Banchero goes number 1 to the Orlando Magic. I'm guessing Chet's going to go number 2 to OKC.
Woj is falling off. Someone in the chat said Woj is falling off. You're right, and it's because of ESPN. They're draining him. They're sucking the life out of him because they're forcing him to talk about the Lakers every day. Did you see him yesterday trying to say that Kyrie could potentially end up with the Lakers, and there was pain on his face. He did not believe the words that were coming out of his mouth. He is now a machine. He's a puppet of the machine, and he's being ruined by it. It's just tanking more and more every year, and anyway.
Crazy, man. You know what's a good feeling, though, for once having a surprise at number 1? It's fun, man. The draft's supposed to be fun, not knowing 4 weeks in advance.
That's true.
That was something, man. Let's get a couple super chats real quick. Carlos Rosado, appreciate the $5 super chat, says, salute, fellas. Do you think we keep the number 23 pick? If we do, who do you see us picking? Wouldn't mind a nice 3-and-D guy who isn't afraid to shoot. Well, we just got over going how there's little to no chance, we believe, of the Sixers keeping that pick. A lot of rumors going on around looking for a vet player. I even heard a guy like Jay Crowder earlier today could be on the market. So interesting things going on in Phoenix. So we'll see, man. But I don't think we're going to keep that pick. And $5 donation from Aaron Cabbage. What's going on? Aaron says 3-cone got to be drooling right now. Chet and Jabari still on the board.
Seriously.
No.
What do you think about Chet Holmgren? Because he makes me nervous if I was drafting that high, just because of the fact that he's as tall as he is, has no muscle mass whatsoever, and plays like a guard. And we've seen this before in Kristaps Porzingis is who he reminds me of, and the guy was a phenomenon. It was like a dude this size who can shoot, dribble, play like a guard is unbelievable. You got to take him. And he ends up having nagging knee injuries every single year, can hardly stay on the court. I don't want to wish bad on the kid, but I would be scared to draft him at number 2.
You know, I wish I could disagree with you, but I absolutely agree. I think he's a freak of nature. I think he's, you know, as they would say, a unicorn, similar to Kristaps. But I do get worried about picking a guy that I feel could get injured on, you know, the spur of the moment, right? In a training camp practice or a summer league game, right? I don't think his body's NBA ready.
No, he's
And
not physical at all.
Yeah, I think it's going to take some work, man. And then the fact that he's going to OKC, I don't know, you know, what your thoughts are on OKC, but I mean, I don't know how Sam Presti has not gotten canned for what he is doing. I mean, like what is the OKC plan? Like, I just don't get it. But here we go. Here's the pick. Number 2. Let's see who they take. Probably won't play him anyway.
Sit him down the whole year.
And it is Chet Holmgren, number 2 overall. The 7'2" freak going
Wow.
to the OKC Thunder. Wish him the best, man.
I'm like 3 seconds behind you.
I can rewind it a little bit.
Yeah, if you just like pause it for 2 or 3 seconds, I'm like right there.
I got you.
I think OKC, the thing is, he obviously tanked. He sat players for healthy play. How do you get away with sitting healthy players? If we had players that, like, not that I'm a fan of the guy or anything, but I'm pretty sure Ben Simmons got fined for like not showing up. I don't remember. They were in Canada and something. Maybe that was a COVID thing. I don't remember. But either way, that we've been fined for sitting players without an injury report. And this dude was like, "Oh, Al Horford, I'm just gonna sit him the rest of the year."
Yeah.
And we're like, "What?"
Yeah, and it's so crazy because that actually helped Al Horford. You know, he had a whole year to actually get into shape, and look what he did. You know,
seriously,
it's unreal. And I just don't get where the Thunder are going because I think they have 37 first-round picks in the next 7 years. Like, when do you start? You could trade for a team of all-stars and still have picks left over. So, like, when do you start actually moving those pieces? You can buy an entire team with those picks.
Hey, listen. We'll all look stupid if they end up with Kevin Durant.
Hey, you super team in OKC, man.
Hey, we'll give you 21 first-round picks for Kevin Durant.
I could see it coming, man. Shout out to Seth Rowe with the $10 donation. Appreciate it, man. Says, pray all is well, boys. Who do you want our Sixers to get? Once again, we feel that the pick is going to be traded. I just want a vet that can help this team. I think DJ would probably agree with that as well.
Yeah.
We'll see, man. And it's funny. It's funny because now, you know, I've been seeing a lot of Rockets fans, you know, talking up Paolo Banchero and how he's so much better than Jabari Smith. And guess who's about to fall to the Rockets? Jabari Smith. So interesting.
That's actually pretty crazy.
Interesting turn of events. Philly Talk Podcast. What's going on? My guy, Philly Mike's, is just about to get home. Y'all killing it. Appreciate
What's up, Mike?
Love, man. We have 640 in the chat, guys. Wherever you're watching, hit that like button. We're trying to get 1,000 people in here tuning in, enjoying the show, man. We're bringing you the passion, man.
Okay. Even crazier than maybe the ESPN comparing I forget who went first. I forget his last name. The Duke. Even crazy. Yeah, even crazier than them comparing him to Ben Simmons. They just played a Giannis highlight talking about Chet Holmgren, okay? They played a Giannis Antetokounmpo highlight.
Dude,
in 5 or 6 years, I guess he wasn't what he. I guess when he was drafted, he wasn't what he is. So I get what they're saying, maybe that he could develop into that, but I don't know.
I was watching an ESPN podcast the other day, and this guy tried to compare Chet Holmgren to Al Horford because they said he could space the floor. I was like, what? What?
Yeah.
The comparisons are nuts, man. They really are. They really are, man.
But they had Porzingis out there on the highlights, so that I agree with that one.
It's wild, man. Shout out to Seth for becoming a member, whichever channel you were on. Once again, guys, if you want to call the show, if you want to give some input, 508-924-3784. Hit that like button, man. I'm waiting to see here. I'm waiting to see what's going on with the Sixers. Not much update if you're just tuning in here. There have been rumblings of an Eric Gordon, Matisse Thybulle 3-team trade that could go down tonight. Now the Rockets just kind of got shaken up a little bit. So we'll see how that impacts, if at all. But Eric Gordon would be much better than anybody we have on this bench. And then hopefully we could clear the space. Because if we trade for Eric Gordon and knowing the rumored interest in PJ Tucker, something else is going to have to give, right? Something else is going to have to give to get PJ Tucker. We're already not able to get him at this point. So whether that's disposing Danny Green, maybe Thibault goes, and maybe Tobias trade is on the horizon. Who knows? But
possible. Hey, by the way, shout out to Seth Rowe, who just became a member of both channels at the same time. Shout out to Seth. He hit both channels at the same time.
Shout out to Seth, man. OG of the channel. Kenny Smith with the $5 donation says, ESPN, there's a reason why it's entertainment, not information. Hey, we're here trying to give you entertainment, but also, breaking it down from how we truly feel. And, I don't think there's many shows doing it like this, man. So we appreciate all you guys out there tuning in, giving us your thoughts. It's going to be an interesting night. There's Jabari Smith on the phone. It looks like he's going.
I thought he was a lock. I really thought he was a lock number one. This is actually, I haven't seen a surprise like this in the NBA draft in a while. Usually you just look at Twitter, Shams and Woj tell you the picks, and that's pretty much it. And the surprises are like, later in the first round. But wow.
Yeah. I just think the fit is kind of interesting. Don't you? With Banchero, and then with Franz Wagner, with Jalen Suggs, with Cole Anthony. They have a lot of those types of players, man. So, but the Magic are building something. They are. Question is, will it pan out? Will it pan out? Let's see. Comments are going nuts. Shout out to everybody out there. Drop a comment. Call into the show, man. Call into the show. Give us some thoughts. We know you have a lot on your mind. So we're waiting on the Houston Rockets' third pick here, and then it's going to get interesting from picks 4 to 10. We've heard about Jaden Ivey maybe going number 4. Could he potentially go number 3? That would be insane if Smith fell below number 3. We've heard the Kings might trade out of pick 4. Can you ever really trust the Kings? I don't know what the Kings are going to do, man.
Sacramento Kings are in win now mode. That's what they are. All right. They're in win now mode. Okay.
All right, here we go. There's got to be Smith, man. And it is.
Yeah, has to be.
And
Had
it
to
is.
be.
Jabari
because they're sitting there like, really? He fell to us at 3? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Don't mind if we do.
Hey, I think it's going to be one of those drafts you look back on, the top 3.
That kid's a beast. He's 6'10", isn't he?
Yeah, he's up there, man, and he can do a lot. He's a good kid, man. I like his personality. I think
they should put Ben Simmons on this highlight. Like, Ben Simmons, but he can shoot.
Yeah, Smith can do a lot of things with the ball, man. And his father, it says, was drafted in 2000 by Sacramento, who is now on the board. The Sacramento Kings, and now it gets interesting. Will they take Jaden Ivey? Jabari Smith Sr.
I don't remember a Jabari Smith.
It said he was drafted by the Kings.
Maybe he wasn't in the league long. I don't know. Maybe I'm forgetting a player named Jabari Smith. I don't know.
Jabari Smith Jr., highest Auburn drafted player.
Wow.
Dang. Shout out to Charles Barkley, man. All right, we got a $20 donation from Seth Rowe. Appreciate it, man. Says, I'm going to be real. I think they keep the pick, guys. Ooh, may just be a smokescreen. Long shot, I know. We got to shake things up. And more we trust. Got a new debit card, guys. Y'all are the GOATs of Sixers YouTube. Seth, appreciate you.
Thank you, Seth. You the man, Seth. 2 memberships and a $20 donation. Look at Seth. Go, Seth, go. I know the struggles of getting a new debit card because I just got one too, and now I'm getting emails about like certain automatic bills that I forgot to change.
Shouts to Seth, man. Yo, that'd be interesting if we do keep the pick. We get all this anticipation like last year, and we end up taking a backup center or an 18-year-old guard.
18.
I'm telling you guys right now, man. If we end up keeping this pick and taking 18-year-old, I'm never streaming one of these again. It can't happen.
If it's not, listen, there is a player that I wouldn't be upset at if we keep 23, and it's Tari Eason, but he's not going to be at 23. If he would end up falling, there was mock drafts that had him falling that far. Then there's mock drafts that had him at number 9. I mean, like, I don't picture him falling that far. There's a couple players that if they fall, I would be like, okay, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Shout out to Jerome from Chile tuning into the chat, man. What's going on, Chile? Appreciate you being in here, man. Keith with the $20 donation says, DJ Eastwood, don't need to watch TV when I have you guys bring us some luck. Shout out to Keith, man.
What's up, Keith, man? Shout out to Keith. Keith's been rocking with the channel for years, man. Keith's always been there, showing me love in the comments ever since back when I had like 50 subscribers. Shout out to Keith, man.
Appreciate all the love, guys. Seth says, nipped it in the bud. Backup center, here we come. I love it, man. But speaking to your point, I actually really like Tari Eason. Another guy I do like is Jalen Williams. I don't think he would be available. I think he'll probably go sometime in the teens. If there was a way he was available, you got to take him, a forward, a wing that can do everything. Another guy I do like is Jaden Hardy, who the Sixers have worked out, but his shooting percentages have dropped a little bit. He played in the G League, but we saw that with Tyrese Maxey. Look how that worked out, right? There's definitely guys you could get better with for sure. And there's a couple shooters in this draft, but I don't know. I'm expecting something to come out, man. I mean,
you know what? I didn't know Banchero was 6'10". I thought he was like 6'7" or 6'8". He plays like real big and real physical around the rim and stuff. And I just, now that I think about it, man, the way that he plays and he's a big 6'10".
I think he's a good pick. I actually think he's going to be the best player in the draft.
He's NBA. He is an NBA body.
He is
for sure.
Oh yeah, no doubt. He's got a lot of room to grow as well, and plus he played under the best coach of all time in college. So he's a smart kid, man. But yeah, those are some of the guys I've been looking at. I think if we traded back, we could get a guy like Wendell Moore out of Duke. I don't know about you if you have any sleepers in this draft.
Do you think Wendell Moore goes later?
I actually think he's going to fall to the end of the first, maybe beginning of the second. I think he could be one of those dudes that fall. But a sleeper in this draft, we don't have a chance of getting him. But I don't know how to pronounce his first name. I think it's Ochai Agbaji out of Kansas. Watched him in the tournament. I love that kid, man. I think he's going to be a steal.
There he is. I have a mock draft here with him at number 11 to the New York Knicks.
Yeah, he's been rising. All right, here we go. The Sacramento Kings. Pick is in. Will they take Jaden Ivey?
Will they trade the pick for somebody?
Wow.
What?
Leave it to the Kings, man. Keegan Murray from Iowa.
Wow, they skipped Jaden Ivey?
They skipped on Jaden Ivey. They took Keegan Murray out of Iowa. I feel bad for Kings fans, man. I really do. I really do, man. They traded Tyrese Halliburton. They got Sabonis.
I feel like in this draft, the top 3 or 4 were almost interchangeable. Like Jaden Ivey was mocked at number 1 months ago. Like, wow. I can't see you being in the top 4 and picking out of the top 4.
This is crazy, man. And look, Keegan Murray's a solid player, no doubt. But does he have the upside of Jaden Ivey?
No.
That is something. And now Jaden Ivey falls. I've been hearing rumors about the Knicks moving up and trying to get Ivy. They're talking about a couple first-round picks. They're talking about throwing a Julius Randle trade together, this, and that. I think we're going to see a trade here in the next couple picks. I think we're going to see a trade.
We probably
somebody might try to move up. Let me get the draft board up here.
Somebody's making moves. Hey, listen, if the Sixers, like you said, what's his name again? The kid from Duke that you just said, Wendell Moore.
Wendell Moore. Yeah.
If Daryl could somehow trade back and still draft him, that would be pretty impressive, I think.
Oh yeah.
I saw a lot about him possibly going to us if he's there at number 23. That would be impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are some good guys you can get on the tail end of this draft. Like I said, I really like Jalen Williams. I don't think he'll be available. There's even a couple shooters that the Sixers have worked out, like a Christian Brown from Kansas. So I don't know, man. I mean, I just keep refreshing, waiting to see like Eric Gordon, on the move. But who knows? It might not happen. Maybe it's a smoke screen. I actually predicted it could be a smoke screen for a Danny Green trade because we know he's not going to opt into that contract. There's no way.
It better not be a smoke screen. I don't see us getting much for Danny Green in the 23rd pick. I mean,
yeah, that's true. And now the Pistons are on the board, by the way, who traded Jeremy Grant yesterday. They kicked everything off. They have, 40 million plus in cap space. So did the Pistons trade this pick? Pacers are coming up next. Yo, imagine the Pacers with Jaden Ivey and Tyrese Halliburton.
The Pistons are funny. Remember a couple years ago when they paid Jeremy Grant and they paid Luke Kennard and they paid somebody else ridiculous money, and we were like, what are the Pistons doing? Like,
They paid Jaleel Okafor.
Yeah. You're not paying players who are good enough to make you not be the Detroit Pistons. So then a couple years later, like, all right, everybody was right. All that money we spent was not a good idea. So now we got to unload again. So rebuild, be mediocre, and then rebuild again. Man, Detroit hasn't been in a conversation since 2004, 2005. That Rip Hamilton team, Chauncey Billups, Ben Wallace. But I like Cade Cunningham a lot, man, and I think they got, continue to build around him.
You know what's crazy, man, is that they got nothing back for Jeremy Grant. Like, it was pretty much a salary dump at that point, and the Blazers didn't even have to give up number 7. So it's like,
what did they give up? 25?
Yeah, they gave up the 25th.
Yeah, that's really nothing for Jeremy Grant.
Was it? I don't even think it was. Was it this year's pick? All I know is that they got nothing.
It was this year's pick. Yeah, it was. Yeah, Detroit's tough because or was it 2025?
2025.
Oh, it was 2025. Protected.
25. And it's via Milwaukee. So, and it's 1-4 protected. So, say Milwaukee became the worst team in the league, they won't even get it. Like, I mean, this is just, and this is 2025. Like, we a lot of people overvalue Jeremy Grant. Like, this just shows you where it's at. I mean,
yep. Wow. I remember when he played for Philly, and what I thought of him in Philly. There was just a lot of players that were very athletic that looked like they couldn't play basketball. I mean, and Jeremy Grant he's developed a lot and learned himself as a basketball player and learned what he can do and what he can't do. But when he was in Philly, he was very raw. He was very, like, almost Matisse Thybulle level. Like, the guy took a dribble and you were like, you know what I mean, going down the lane. But he was an athlete. He would catch alley-oops over people, and he would block shots like crazy. So he developed a lot. But, yeah, then everyone, like, Detroit paid him. And I was like, Jeremy Grant, really? That much money?
Yeah, that was a lot.
And then they end up getting a 2025 protected pick for him. So
crazy. Crazy.
Sounds like I was right again.
Kane Scott in the chat said, what happened to Philip Petrusev? No, I was thinking about him the other day. I was like, I know they stashed him and he just stayed overseas, but I remember the couple summer league games. He was blocking everything that came in his way.
They drafted him last season, right?
Last season, yeah.
Last draft. Yeah, he could. Well, I mean, Doc won't play him, but he could play in the NBA this upcoming season, or maybe the season after that. But yeah, he was in the summer league looking like a man amongst children, smacking the ball into the third row. I was having fun watching him in the summer league.
All right, here we go. Detroit, the pick is in. Who will they take? And they got him. Ivy to the Pistons. Tears coming down the face. Change life forever.
Wow.
That's a steal for the Pistons and the Pacers. I know they wanted them. I know the Pacers wanted them next. Now the question is, what do the Pacers do? They're trying to put somebody around Halliburton.
The Kings let him go to the Pistons.
Dude,
it's
always the Kings. It's always the Kings.
Again, Detroit's sitting there like, hey, don't mind if we do.
Crazy, man. All right, I got to stay off Twitter because now Woj and Shams are leaking picks 10 minutes before they happen. So
I hate that.
Now I got to stay off Twitter. So I'll put my draft board back up. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. 600 plus. Appreciate everybody being in here, man. Guys, I know we need some people calling the show, man. Give us some thoughts. All right, number on the screen, 508-924-3784. We're keeping you up to date on all the Sixers stuff that goes on. Right now, it's been quiet on all fronts. 23rd pick is still ours. maybe a trade will go down. But
And
hey,
also, if anybody's on Twitter and getting the shams and posting it in the chat, you're gonna get kicked out. So don't do it.
yeah, man, no spoilers. No spoilers. I've heard so speaking of the Pistons, because I just saw someone bring this up, DeAndre Ayton is rumored to potentially want to go to the Pistons. Now you think about Cade Cunningham, you think about Jaden Ivey, you think about Isaiah Stewart, you think about DeAndre Ayton. They could be building something a little bit there.
They could be building something, but I also think Ayton was really started to look well when Chris Paul got there, and that's what Chris Paul does for a center. Like there's so many examples of him just drawing the defense up to the free throw line and dumping it down to Ayton, who's like he changed. Chris Paul changed his game. Chris Paul made DeAndre Jordan. Chris Paul, I mean, so I don't really know about DeAndre Ayton, really. It might be that Chris Paul elevated him to a different level. I remember when he was drafted, he was compared to Joel Embiid, and that was probably just because he has good size and has a jump shot. And then Joel was like, no, I play defense, and, trolled him a little bit. I don't know what I think about DeAndre Ayton yet. I'd have to see him play.
Well,
what is it? It'll be year 4 or 5, but I'd have to see him play without Chris Paul to really assess him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with you on that take. And I have a question for you and for the chat. Like, I know it comes down to the contract and it comes down to, this and that. He's 4 years in the league. But I just keep thinking about the Suns situation, and I feel like they are wasting opportunity here. Like, your team was in the finals, and then you get to the second round, you go to a game 7, you have a stinker of a game, but you're really not going to pay DeAndre Ayton. You're going to let him walk, and you're going to let a potential team that still has a chance in a window to go to a championship kind of blow up, right? Like, what do the Suns do with that? I don't understand why they can't come together. Maybe it's an outsider opinion, but if I'm the Suns fans, like, you're going to let that blow up now? You're not going to try to bring him back? Who are you going to bring in to
right, exactly.
Ayton? I just don't.
Because he's still super young too, and like, why would you not just want to continue to build on this? Because Devin Booker's still young. Why would you not continue to just build on this? Especially if you feel like Chris Paul can play for 3 or 4 more years.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, I think everybody's going to be shocked in the next 5 to 10 years how many guys you see playing in the NBA at 40, 41, and 42. Because, again, everything's changing. The staffs that are studying diet, exercise, sleep schedules, all of these things, it's a totally different era. The science is better. The training is better. Everything's better. Players are going to start to play into their 40s. I really think that. But, yeah, I agree. I don't know why the Suns wouldn't just want to continue to try to build on the core that they have that got to the NBA Finals.
Exactly. And here come all the people saying, oh, we wouldn't pay Ayton a max contract. You guys are crazy. Again, I'm just talking about their chance to win. Anyway, here's the pick. Indiana. All right, solid pick. Benedict Mathurin out of Arizona. Benedict Mathurin to the Indiana Pacers.
Where's he at on this mock draft that I have? I don't even see him here.
I've heard him mocked in the top 10. Interesting pick. Two-way forward. I think it's a solid pick for the Pacers. Haven't watched much of him, but it says he attended NBA Academy in Mexico City. Shout out to him, man.
Athletics, shot maker, defender. Sounds like maybe it's just Arizona reminding me of this, but it sounds a little like Andre Iguodala to me at 6'6".
There you go. Solid pick for the Pacers. They're in rebuild, and I've heard that the Pacers might try to move on from Brogdon, especially with the direction they're heading, Miles Turner. So, hey, what about a Tobias Harris trade with the Pacers? How about it? Like, they could be a team. Let's see. We got a $5 donation from Aaron Cabbage. Says he's crying tears of joy because he got passed on by the Kings. And it's funny because all the mock stuff before the draft, he had alluded to the fact that he didn't want to go to Sacramento. and he had said something about like, you know, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but like he didn't want to go there. So shouts to Ivy, man. He says, and Aaron says Pistons ain't great, but they are way better than the Burger Kings. Hey, man. Bold choice by the Kings. But yeah, back to the Ayton thing, man. Like again, I'm just saying about your chance to win. Like a lot of people keep saying, you know, they wouldn't do this, they wouldn't do that, even with the Sixers, right? But what is the next option? That's all I'm asking. I'm just asking a question. Like if you're the Suns, what do you do right now to stay in championship contention? Who are you going to put at that position? That's all I'm asking. Bismack Biyombo?
That's the thing with the Sixers, man. A lot of people don't want to take risks at all. And like, I don't know if they were around when the Sixers were mediocre, which is, again, just good enough to make the playoffs, not bad enough to get to the top of the draft. It's not fun. Every single season, you're 8th seed, 7th seed, 9th seed, whatever, 6th seed maybe. You're in the first round. You don't really have a shot. You might upset a team in the first round. You get to the second, you know you don't have a shot. Like that Andre Iguodala, young Drew Holiday, those teams, they weren't good teams. Michael Carter Williams, they weren't good teams, and they were just mediocre for a long time. You got to do something extreme, man. And we did something extreme with the tanking, and now you got to do something extreme maybe to get over the hump. You know, you don't want to just be a second round team every year. Don't give up our depth. Don't give up our depth.
Yeah.
You got to try to win, man.
I just saw 2 comments here. First one says the Suns are going after Kevon Looney. Give me a break. Are you serious? Kevon Looney? That's your championship center. I know he won with the Warriors. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Hey, the Warriors leave a lot of players overrated once they win a championship. Remember when the Mavs gave Harrison Barnes like $100 million 3 years or something?
Yeah. Come on, man. And then the other one said, pick up a player at another position. The Suns don't have a legit number 2 scorer. Okay. Guess
the Suns don't have a legit number 2 scorer?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Crazy.
I mean, maybe they don't have a legit number 3 scorer?
Dude. Even Mikal Bridges can put it through the hole, man. Come on. But anyway, it was just a question for the chat. We got 660 people up in here. Shout out to everybody, man. Reacting live to the NBA Draft 2022. Hey, you have some thoughts, man? Call into the show. 508-924-3784. Give us your thoughts. What do you think the Sixers are going to do, man? Will we trade? Will we keep the pick? Will Thibault be gone? Do you want Thibault to be gone? Do you want Danny Green to be gone? Give us all your thoughts. Call into the show. Let's see. The Portland Trailblazers on the clock still. Could they be trying to move this pick, right? Did they go with a guy like Shaedon Sharpe? Did they go with Dyson Daniels? Did they end up moving the pick now that they have Jeremy Grant? Maybe acquire some more capital. If you're the Portland Trailblazers, they finally have a chance to get at least a decent core. I don't think Grant nearly puts them over the top, but for some reason, Damian Lillard wants to stay with Portland, and they have to make him as happy as possible. So, you know, they got to pick up a player here.
Damian Lillard's staying with Portland because he's a rapper. He's not. He said he's not a basketball player who raps. He wants to be known as a rapper. That's what he said. He has a probably, you know, $15 million mansion with a studio in the basement, and he's a rapper. He's never leaving.
Crazy, man. Crazy.
He likes to play ball. He likes to make money, but he doesn't care that much.
I've given up on him, man. I've given up. But all right, let's take a quick call before we get this Blazers pick in here. Let's go to Brad on the line. Brad, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Brad?
Hey, not bad. I know you were talking, I think, on one of your podcasts about Kobe White from the Bulls.
Yeah.
There's another guy in the Bulls that has a bright future too. That I don't know if they would want to give him up, but the Paul Patrick Williams, he plays some good D and he has some good offense. I think he'd be nice coming off the bench.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I would like Kobe White. I think he could be on the move for sure. Here comes the
how old is Patrick Williams?
Here comes the Blazers pick. Hold on, let's get this pick in, and then we'll get back to him on the line. Shaedon Sharpe to the Blazers. That's a solid pick, man. That's a solid pick. Hasn't played in a year, but he was a highly touted prospect. I think it's a good pick. But yeah, I agree, Brad. I think Kobe White would be a solid piece off this bench. He may be involved in a 3-team trade.
I was saying even Patrick Williams. If you
Patrick Williams is saying, yeah.
But I don't know if they would want to give him up because he's kind of their future, I think, for the Bulls. But if the Sixers could give something up to get Patrick Williams, because I mean he plays D, he can shoot threes, he could do it all, and he's young. He's only 22.
Yeah, man. I just don't see. I don't know if they would give him up being a top pick of last year, but I mean I like him.
I think the Bulls are very high on Matisse Thybulle because they
Sixers do. Hopefully they don't fumble the bag and pick someone that Doc's not going to play because Doc doesn't like playing the young guys anyway.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't think we'll end up keeping the pick, man. I don't think we'll end up keeping it, but appreciate the call. Shout out to Brad. Patrick Williams, you think the Bulls will move off him? I don't know, man.
No, I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that. It would have to be like.
I know he got injured, but
I don't think they would do that. I think they'll move Kobe White. I think they'll move some other pieces possibly. But the fact that they signed DeRozan and Vucevic, I thought they had a solid team, but then Vucevic seemed like he started to fall off a little bit or not know his role really and things like that. So maybe they move Vucevic. I don't know. But I think that one of their main deficiencies was their defense, and I think that they're very high on Matisse Thybulle. So we can make something happen with the Bulls.
It's a good point. A good point.
I think they believe that they have a lot of star power and they need some defensive help. So
yeah,
I wouldn't be shocked if Matisse ends up in Chicago.
Interesting. I like the take. I like it, man. Now the Pelicans on the board at number 8. I don't know where the Pelicans go, man. I really don't. Maybe AJ Griffin. Heard him mock to the Pelicans. Guy can knock it down. I don't know about the Pelicans, man. A lot of question marks with that team. A lot of question marks. But they did make the play-in and end up winning that. So here we are.
Man, are they ever going to be good?
Depends if Zion comes back and actually plays.
That's unfortunate. They really struck out on Zion. I don't know. Even if he comes back, I don't know, man. Like, all of his game is athleticism. And I know he's insanely athletic, but especially when you have an injury history, your game can't be 100% reliant on athleticism. And it's just a risky thing to I guess at the time you had to because he was the next LeBron or whatever, but yeah. I don't know, man. I think eventually they're going to regret the Zion Williamson pick.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree with you, man. I'm starting to agree with you. And
then Ja went number 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's tough. That's
crazy.
Tough.
They got to get Zion into shape. He needs to get back into shape, but it's going to be interesting, no doubt. I just saw a thing here. According to Jake Fisher, he says, sources, the Knicks are still in pursuit of acquiring Jaden Ivey, even though Detroit selected the combo guard. So maybe a trade. Maybe the Knicks could try to sway him away. I know they're interested, man, especially after that season for the Knicks. But who knows? I think the next couple picks will be interesting, no doubt. But anyway, guys, if you are in the chat and you're scrolling through Twitter, obviously don't leak the picks, but give us some insight if if Sixers rumors comes out or any of that. Because we can't keep looking at Twitter or they're going to keep leaking the picks. That's no fun, man. So keep us updated, man.
That is no fun. Why do they even do that? Do you think they pay for it at this point? You think Shams is like, listen, man, some insider back there that works for the team. It's like, listen, I'm either on the payroll, you get paid this much money to tell me the pick when you know what pick your team's making. Like,
absolutely. I actually read an article a couple months ago. And it was an interview with Shams. He said that he spends, during the draft and free agency, he spends about 20 hours a day on his phone, like just ready to go at the instant of news dropping. And mainly one of the reasons is because he wants to beat out Woj. He kind of said it without saying it, and it's like, dude, that's not healthy, man. Like, what the fuck? He must have everything lined up in his drafts on Twitter. just ready to go. And it's funny, man.
Yeah,
I mean, he's been
and
beating them out a little bit, you know?
and when your entire profession is kind of reliant on the fact that you get the news out faster than anyone, you can't do anything. Can the guy even take a vacation? Can he go golfing?
Nope. Here's the pick from New Orleans. See who they take.
Dyson Daniels from Australia.
Another guard for the Pelicans. Okay.
From the G League Ignite.
Guess they don't like Alvarado. Oh, man. Interesting pick. I'm not too high on Daniels, but, see what happens. 6'6", 185, played in the G League. So, interesting, man.
This is saying that he's athletic, but he can't shoot.
Played in the FIBA World Cup. Okay. 12 points a game, 7 rebounds per game, 5 assists. I think he's got some work to do, but interesting pick. Mir says, did they laugh at the Nets already? Their franchise is a joke. It's funny you say that, Mir. They have not once mentioned the Brooklyn Nets. But 2 months ago when we were up here saying they were going to, turn to turmoil, every day was, oh, my gosh, the Nets are still going to the finals. Oh, my gosh, the Nets are going to be this and that. I haven't heard one peep about the Brooklyn Nets. Did the Nets even have a pick tonight? No.
They probably don't have a pick for 4 years.
They have our pick next year, and they're going to need it. They're going to need us to be as bad as we can so they can get a first-round pick because they're going to lose everybody. But anyway.
Yeah, it's just about ratings and creating talking points. And, I mean, it's all studied. It really is. And it's all about the mainstream sports fan that just kind of glances at ESPN once in a while to create stories and talking points so they go and tell someone, yo, did you hear about the Nets? And, oh, my God, they're going to be this good. And then they talk, and it all comes back to ESPN. It's all a money machine. That's really all it is.
Yep, exactly. And
they have to mention the Lakers a certain amount of times on the show.
Oh, yeah, every day, at least once a day. But now the Spurs on the clock. Don't know if you heard about the rumors last night. DeJounte Murray, he was literally tweeting out about his own trade rumors, which is funny.
What did he say on Twitter? I heard that they made him available, which.
Yeah, they're talking about a mock trade about Murray going to the Spurs. Or I'm sorry, Murray going to the Hawks and John Collins going to the Spurs. And there was like a whole trade rumor about it. And Murray quote tweeted it. And he was like, oh boy, or something like that. So, I mean, he's aware. And who knows? I mean, John Collins, that trade's been on the board for what? A long time, man. Like, I think the Hawks are going to shake it up a little bit.
Yeah, they have to. They thought they had, when they beat us in the playoffs 2 years ago, we knew why it happened. We knew it was more us than them. We knew that we beat ourselves more than the Hawks beat us. But they got an insane level of confidence from that, especially after taking out the New York Knicks and Trae Young doing all of his stuff in the New York Knicks, like at half court and all that stuff. They got a serious amount of confidence, and they thought they were building something, and they had like a, championship level roster or something. Then they found out they came back down to reality. So now they're like, okay, this isn't good enough, and they're right. So I mean, at least they're not holding on to it and trying to force it. Maybe they're like, all right, that didn't work. Let's move some of these guys. Let's try something else.
Yeah, exactly. In terms of the Spurs at this pick, I don't know what the Spurs are doing. I remember they drafted that guy Primo last year who was like 17 or 18. I don't know about the Spurs, man. They're going into a different era now. Maybe they go with Davis or Griffin. I don't know. I don't know about the Spurs, man. I see people keep asking us in the chat about the Kyrie Irving rumors. We kind of talked about it earlier. And the Sixers, for some reason, were listed as a potential destination, apparently, that was put on by Kyrie Irving. I will tell you, there is no way Kyrie Irving comes to the Philadelphia 76ers. I don't even know why he was on that, or why we were on that list. And people keep saying he's going to LA. He's not going to play with LeBron again. It's just not happening, in my opinion. But he's not coming to Philly. There's absolutely no way. And
no.
I mean, it just makes zero sense. So
yeah, and when a player continues to burn bridges, no matter how good you are, eventually teams stop wanting you around. And when they listed, well, if you can't get a deal done with the Nets, these are all the teams that he has an interest in. Like he's LeBron James in his prime. Like he gets to choose. Like those, a lot of those teams are going to say no to Kyrie Irving. It is what it is. We know you can drop 50 or 60 when you want to show up and play, but we're not going to deal with the fact that you might not be there.
Exactly.
We're not doing that.
Exactly. And that's the whole thing that's going on right now. The Nets want to give him a 1-year contract. And he's like, no, I want a max. I want a 4-year extension. I wouldn't give him past a 1-year contract either. You don't.
How can he even ask for a max after playing like 30% of the season?
It just doesn't make sense. And what I do buy, though, I don't know about you. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. But if Kyrie leaves, I think Kevin Durant's leaving, man. He's looking at this situation like, yo, the Warriors just won the championship. I left the best situation ever because I wanted to prove I could win. We have, and I'm just going to say right here, the biggest failure all time in NBA history of a super team. You blew up all that, and it's time to walk out of the door with your pride, man, and go somewhere else. The Nets, you tried to turn them into like a big spotlight. It didn't work. It's done. The Nets are irrelevant, and that is now Ben Simmons' team. As funny as that may be to say.
You know what's crazy? I don't really even think Kevin Durant left the Warriors because he wanted to prove that he could win somewhere else. He couldn't handle Draymond Green because Kevin Durant is he's a very self-aware or self. I don't want to say self-centered. There's a word I'm looking for. He's just very focused on himself and what people think about him and what, like, obviously, getting caught with the burner Twitters, replying and defending himself on Twitter under secret handles. Like, how weird is that? And he couldn't handle Draymond Green. He couldn't handle another player looking at him and saying, yo, that's a bad shot. Move the ball around. The Warriors are a team where nobody has an ego. Everybody's fine with moving the ball around and playing the team game, and Kevin Durant couldn't handle Draymond Green saying certain things to him. There's that clip of Draymond and him getting into it, and he literally says, "This is why I'm leaving," and then he left, and then he's gonna understand. He's gonna go to Brooklyn and all that falls apart, and he's gonna wish he stayed in Golden State. But it is what it is. Soft, Scott. You're right. Soft. He's soft. KD's soft. KD. I don't want Kyrie near Philly. I don't want KD near Philly. Hot take. I don't want Kevin Durant. I know everybody's like, I would give up Maxey and the farm for Kevin Durant. I don't want that weirdo anywhere near Philly. He's a weirdo. And he's 33 years old, sprained MCL, torn Achilles, sprained MCL again. No thank you. That's where I'm at on Kevin Durant. I know everyone's going to disagree with that, but I can't stand that guy. No. And he's one of the best scorers in NBA history. I'm not even taking anything away from his skill set. I think he is a nutcase.
Here's the Spurs pick. Let's see this. Jeremy Sohan. Wow.
England. I don't even know who that is.
Wow. From Baylor. All right, that's a pick, man. That's definitely a pick. That's a guy I heard going, I guess, around that range, late in the top 10.
Played for Polish national team.
Yep.
He was the Big 12 sixth man of the year.
Yeah. Hey, there's still some good players on the board, man. No doubt. Shout out to Tristan with the $10 donation. He says Zion averaged 27 in his second year on 61 games played, 7 boards, 3 assists. LeBron's first full season averaged 21, 5, and 6 per game. We're not denying, or I'm not denying the talent of Zion. I think he could, he's a freak of nature. He just needs to get into shape. And I just don't think he's ever been bought in New Orleans. I mean, who wants to go to New Orleans? Like that's one player I believe wanted to go to the city of New York. I believe he wanted to be in the Knicks, be in the, in front of all the greats and play in that environment, not in New Orleans. Okay. I mean, there's
a thing with that I don't like, and it's comparing players based on their stats, based on their box score. You just compared Zion Williamson to LeBron James at his age based solely on the numbers that he was putting in the box score. There is absolutely zero comparison to LeBron James at 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. LeBron James is the youngest player in NBA history with a 40-point triple-double at 19 years old. LeBron James was a NBA star at 19 years old. He didn't have any injury history, and Zion's too big for his height. He had a weight issue. It always seemed like that. He got hurt in college. He's hurt again. He can't get back on the court. He can't get under 300 pounds. I don't care what he averaged. It doesn't matter. His body makeup and his style of play is a recipe for disaster. That's how I see it. And I see absolutely no comparison to LeBron James.
I don't see a comparison either. I do think Zion can be a really, really good player, but he needs to stay healthy, and I don't think he's taken, good care of his body so far, and I just don't think he's that motivated. So
Gary said run it back suddenly sobered up. I think he was drunk talking smack about Kevin Durant. Well, how did everybody suddenly forget how weird Kevin Durant was when he left Golden State? Like, the guy is a psychopath.
No, that's true, but let's get back to that real quick. So I will disagree with you on that. I feel like this is the first thing we've disagreed about, which is okay, by the way. We can have a conversation. All right,
you would want KD in Philly.
I think that Kevin Durant and Joel Embiid might be the most unstoppable duo I've ever seen. I'm not even kidding. I know KD's weird, but and also having KD on this team and just what it would do to the Nets, like, it would be the funniest thing ever. I think we're instant title favorites with KD and Joel. I mean, KD doesn't miss. And then you have Joel. Like, that would be some fun basketball to watch. On the other hand, though, it's kind of a weird feeling, like adding Durant to this team and, we're instantly in the finals. I'm not saying I wouldn't want that. You know what I mean? But, like, we've built this. And for KD to come in and just take over and make it his team, it would be very interesting to me. But I think that's an instant title team. And I think we win.
I can't disagree with that. That's definitely an instant title team. It's almost like I think I would then be that, like, old grumpy guy that was like, I still don't like it. And they'd be like, yeah, but it got us to the finals. I'm like, yeah, but it's Snake Kevin Durant. I don't know. Like, I don't even want to root for him. I would have trouble rooting. I've always thought he was soft. I've always thought he was weird. And then, the joining the best team of all time to get a couple of easy rings and then getting mad at everybody for calling him a snake and saying his rings don't matter and being on Twitter defending himself. It's weird. It's weird.
I think we agree 100% in KD's personality. Like, I don't understand why he cares so much about what people say about him. He's one of the greatest athletes ever. Like, even though you went to Golden State, like, you endured that for years. You could have stayed there and won probably like 6 championships, but, it got the best of him. And then he went and tried to establish his own team, his own kind of era. But just seeing him and Joel talking smack, to other team, like, that would just be incredible basketball. Really,
he likes Joel Embiid.
What I'm trying to say is we need to get Joel Embiid a guy like Kevin Durant. All right. Like, I'm tired of seeing Joel get, the short end of the stick. Give him a guy.
I would never call Kevin Durant soft on the court. He's an absolute killer. I would never say that. He doesn't play soft. I just don't like him.
Perfectly fair. Perfectly fair. What I would not endure is Kyrie Irving, because at the snap of a finger, that guy's on a jet to another country, and you're not seeing him until later in the season, and he might not even come back. So there's just no way.
Yeah. You would understand KD when you've been with a mama's boy, somebody said. I don't know. Hey, he's soft, but at least he's not soft on the court. Ben Simmons is soft and soft on the court. So
I still can't believe how accurately we predicted that entire thing. Like, they have imploded. That is think about Nets fans. They should have just kept D'Lo and Jared Allen and that squad. And years ago,
you're talking about trying to put 3 players together that, like, even James Harden just got done showing up to a franchise 30 pounds overweight, refusing to play, and then showing up and playing and not really trying in the middle of NBA games. Do you know how psycho you have to be at the highest level of basketball and act like that? we got they're all three crazy. I think maybe we got the least crazy of the three. So,
all right, here comes the pick for the Wizards. Wow, Johnny Davis to the Wizards. That's who the Knicks were targeting in on. They just took their man.
now Beal's staying.
Who are the Knicks going to take now? That was their guy, man. I think this is where it gets interesting. They really
Where
like
the Knicks are at 11, right?
Yeah, Griffin fell to number 11, so maybe they go with AJ Griffin. But is he really a guy taking it to the next level? Maybe they trade back now. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, man. We got 700 people in the chat, guys. Hit that like button. Appreciate everybody being in here. Help push the content around. Be sure you guys are subscribed, man. Johnny Davis to the Wizards. I actually think this 10 to 15 is going to be real interesting now. And if you guys have heard anything about the Sixers, drop it in the chat. It's been quiet since those pre-draft rumors.
It's been
Let us
quiet.
know.
Calm before the storm.
Calm before the storm, baby. Hey, before we get to Tristan's chat, just one more thing on that point. Obviously we've experienced pain as Philly fans, but just imagine, your team building a core, right? You're starting to build something. Wind it back even more. That whole Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce trade, right? You give up everything. And then years later, you go out, you mortgage a core that you're building. You get Kevin Durant, Harden, Kyrie. They played, 12 games together? And then you end up with Ben Simmons and KD and Kyrie could leave. Imagine that. Imagine being a diehard Nets fan. Like, that is something, dude. That is something.
That's why there's no diehard Nets fans, I think. All the diehards are Knicks fans.
Dude, that is
it was the New Jersey Nets, and people in South Jersey are Philly fans. I don't even know who Nets fans are. Where are the Nets fans at?
I don't know. I don't know why they moved to Brooklyn. But man, that's crazy.
That was Jay-Z.
Yeah, exactly.
It was Jay-Z. He said, "I'm moving the Nets to Brooklyn."
Yep.
Then they tried, they even got the Notorious B.I.G. like Coogee print sweater like thing on the jersey. They tried everything to make it marketable.
They're done.
Nobody really cares.
They're done, man.
The Knicks are terrible every year, and they have an insane fan base. That's just a thing you can't.
Yep.
That's can't
crazy,
compete
man.
with.
That's crazy. OKC coming up after the Knicks, by the way. Let's see what they do. Tristan with the $10 donation. He says, no comparison players, just the effect they both had on the game when it comes to stats. Just pointing out, I personally believe he could be a ruthless development project. Hey, I agree with Tristan. I think Zion could be really good, man, but it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time, man. I just don't know if his future's in New Orleans. That's just where I'm at with it, but I think he could be a good player.
I think he might have outgrown himself, man. Like, remember his highlights in high school? He looked like a 28-year-old grown man.
Yeah. Jumping out the gym. Yeah. Knicks pick is in. We'll see what they do. Shout out to Sean Quigg, my guy with a $5 donation, says all the Nets moves are based upon the fact they're a secondary team. All New York secondary teams always try to make a splash. Knicks will be New York. Well, the Knicks have passed up on some guys for sure. They passed up on Halliburton, and their guy Johnny Davis just got taken. So let's see what they do, man. I don't know what's going to happen here. This is the first pick. I'm like really, really, really stumped.
Well, who else is a New York secondary team? The Jets? Do they make splashes? Do the New York Jets make splashes?
I feel like they try to make a few, but the Jets will always be the Jets. Like they'll never get out of that hole.
That's a good comparison, Sean. The Jets are basically the Nets. The Nets and the Jets are the same.
It's got a nice ring to it.
Brooklyn Jets.
Oh man. All right, let's see. Griffin's still on the board. Malachi Branham potentially. I don't think they would go Eason at number 11. A little bit of a stretch, but I've heard Mark
said
Williams.
Zion's already good. He just has to stay healthy. I mean,
I think he's good, but he looks a lot different than he did when he was on the court, man. So
he was a beast when he was healthy. I'm not
he
saying
was.
that. We're literally saying he can't stay healthy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a big part of being, valuable in the NBA.
Look at all these Knicks fans flexing, man. Flexing here at the draft.
Oh, man.
All right, here we go. This is going to be interesting, man. Adam Silver coming to the podium. Number 11, the New York Knicks. See who they take. Wow. Wow.
Ousmane Deng from France?
Ousmane Dieng from France.
I don't know who that is.
From
Is that
the New
Luel's? Is that Luel's cousin?
I don't know, man.
Ousmane Deng.
I've heard
from
things.
France.
I've heard things about him, but like to me, he's more of a project type of player. Another France guy. Knicks once again going overseas. Man, played for the New Zealand Breakers.
Wow, never heard that team name in my life. I'm gonna
I
read
can
it.
imagine Knicks fans right now. I can imagine. Are they booing? Someone said they're booing. Are they? I can imagine.
Oh man, I hope they are. Wow, they draft a project. The Knicks fans are so waiting for this team to like
Dude.
be a contender or start to make moves that get them into the conversation, and they're drafting a project out of France.
They made one playoff series. They got so high, and it all came crumbling down. You want me to be honest here? I remember we talked about this at the beginning of the season. The Knicks literally pulled an Elton Brand. They had a.
Oh my God! I gotta tell you this.
Wait! Hold up.
What was just talking? What happened?
I think the Knicks just traded with OKC. Actually. Wait, is that what they said? I heard something about a trade. Knicks traded him to OKC.
Yeah,
for multiple.
He went to
first
OKC.
round. All right, now I take back what I said about the Knicks. So of course, how did I know OKC would take a player like that? They always have a guy from overseas.
What did
is
OKC trade?
I'm trying. Somebody said multiple first rounders. Hold on, let's see.
OKC traded again?
Thunder will send multiple first round picks. What?
What?
To move up one spot? To move up one spot, they're going to give up another first rounder? What?
Wait. OKC traded. Wait, OKC didn't trade for Ousmane Deng. Is that what we're saying?
No, they did. They're up next. OKC's up next after New York, and they gave them a first round pick to move up one slot to get Ousmane Dieng. So the Knicks were number 11. The Thunder were number 12. The Knicks select Ousmane Dieng and traded him back one slot, like to the Thunder. So now OKC gave them a first round pick just to move up that one slot.
So now OKC, it still says OKC pick 12.
Yeah, they're gonna pick and essentially trade this pick to the Knicks. I'm guessing. So the Knicks will get this 12th pick, and then they'll get another first round pick, whether it's like a couple years.
They gave up a first round pick for Ousmane Deng?
They gave up a first rounder to move up one slot.
So look, Deng appeared in 23 games for the New Zealand Breakers in the NBL, averaging 8.9 points per game. He shot 39% from the floor and 27% from three, and 66% from the free throw line. And he's 6'11", and he doesn't have a big body either. Talk about a project. Oh my goodness.
It doesn't surprise me because the Thunder always take a guy like that. But what I don't understand, I know they have 50 million first round picks, but you moved up one slot and gave up a future first. Probably going to be like next year or something. But what?
He played professionally at 18 years old, so he was one of the youngest prospects in the draft class, and he has professional experience.
Oh, wait. Never mind. So it says the Thunder still have the 12th pick.
Okay, so the Knicks.
So the Knicks got two first rounders, and they, all right. I'm all over the place, man. I'm gonna reignite what I said about the Knicks. What are they doing? What are they doing? I thought they would at least get the 12th, man.
So the Thunder just straight up gave a first round pick for Ousmane Deng.
They did. They gave up an extra first rounder, but the Thunder are keeping the 12th pick, so now they have back-to-back picks. So the Knicks who knows where the Knicks are going to pick now? I think OKC had another first rounder later in the first round, but
this draft.
yeah, the Thunder
I thought
had
maybe they traded
no,
another future pick. Or
They might have. They might have given them like whatever pick they have, like the 30th pick or whatever, and a future first. But why would the Knicks do that, man?
The Knicks making trades for future draft picks.
I was just about to give them credit too, man. I was just about to give them credit. And I actually predicted a few minutes ago that they could trade back after Davis got taken.
Hey, listen, shout out to Knicks Fan TV. I can't wait to watch back the reaction to what just happened. If you guys aren't subscribed to Knicks Fan TV, go subscribe to Knicks Fan TV and go after this and be sure to watch the reaction to that because it's probably going to be great.
Dude, Knicks fans must be losing their mind. They thought they were going to get their guy Davis. Now they don't even get the 12th pick. Sam Presti is insane, yo.
Well, it's 27 first, so you were saying when's he going to start using them? I guess that's one way to do it, even though the kid's barely 18.
I'm just thinking of the New York Knicks perspective. Like, you obviously need an impact player, right? You need a guy that can come in and help, move forward. Because what I was saying before that happened was the Knicks pulled an Elton Brand, right? They had a good season, and then they overpaid every veteran that they shouldn't have. Yep. They paid Nerlens Noel. They paid Evan Fournier, a couple of
Alec Burks. Did they pay Alec Burks?
Yeah, crazy money. And now they're in a bad position. But they need an impact player, and they had the number 11 pick. Obviously, their guy got taken, but still, like, there's still good players on the board. And how do you not even get the 12th pick? I understand if you get the 12th and maybe, a future first in 2026. But where are the Knicks picking now? Like, let me check if the Thunder have another pick in this draft.
Yeah, you're right. They traded and they didn't even get the 12th pick.
That's crazy. Sam Presti is nuts. OKC's picking number 30 overall. So I would assume that the Knicks will get the 30th pick. I would be
Those fans are going to riot.
I'd be so mad if I was a Knicks fan.
Knicks fans are going to riot.
Let's see what the Thunder take now, man.
They traded 11 for 2 future mid picks.
Yo, they got Jalen Williams. Oh my gosh, that was my guy. That was the guy I was talking about earlier. That's a reach at 11, but still, he could be one of the best players in the draft. Yo, the Knicks didn't take Jalen Williams. Oh my.
Wild.
This kid is going to be good. He can do everything. Look at look at his draft profile. Like, yo. And he played in the G League as well. Oh my gosh. He's going to be good. That's a good pick by the Thunder, man.
6 hours ago, Knicks beat reporters were asking if people want them to trade up to number 4.
Oh my. They missed out on Ivy. They missed out.
They didn't trade up. They didn't do anything, and then they traded the pick for future picks.
Oh, my gosh, dude. Oh, my gosh. I actually feel a little bit bad for Knicks fans. I really do. Imagine going into a draft needing a player. There's still good guys on the board. What did they get, the 30th pick? I want to see what the deal is, man. But
I'm reading tweets. I typed in hashtag Knicks.
Yo. Jalen Williams is going to be a good player, man. I think he's going to be one of the best players in the draft. There was no way we were getting him at 23, though.
All this says from Woj is the Thunder will send multiple first-round picks to New York. So nobody really knows what they got yet. Somebody said it might be part of a 3-team trade.
The Thunder have 18 first-round picks through 2027. That is a joke, dude. 18. All right, here we go. Woj is capping. He knows they're going to go trade for like 3 superstars. Yo, that's actually crazy now that I think about it. They got Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, and Ujman Zhang in the first 12 picks. Dude, that's what
Wow.
happens when you have 500 first-round picks. Like,
Why did he say they're only 2 years into this rebuild? That's such a lie. What are you talking about? They've been tanking forever.
oh my gosh. That's crazy, man. The Thunder are on some different stuff, man.
They are Sam Hinkie times 10. Took it to a new level.
Dude, 12. They just got 3 players in the first 12. Like, it was nothing. Like, it was nothing. I feel bad for the Knicks fans, man. That's crazy. Someone says, what happened to your sound? Guys, I'm trying to like process this as it's happening. So is DJ. We don't really know what to say. Like, this is just funny. But
No, we were listening to Woj, and we can't play the audio on the stream, so we weren't saying anything because we were listening to Woj talk, I think.
yeah. And Bobby with the $5 donation says OKC's tanking for Victor Wembanyama from France. They're not picking players that will be good next year. He's like 7'2" Giannis. Everyone wants him. Well, they just got Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, and Ujman Zhang. They still have, 18 first-round picks in the next 5 years. So, I mean, crazy, man. Crazy times in the draft. Crazy times.
At the end of the day, if they're waiting for a draft where there's a number 1 overall player who's like if what you're saying is right, he's a 7'2" Giannis, like if they're waiting for a draft where there's a player who's a clear NBA superstar, they have plenty of picks to trade up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what they should do. They still would have picks left over. Anyway, the Knicks got screwed again, and it's just I can't believe it. But anyway, getting to the Sixers, is anything even happening? Like, have we heard anything else other than the pre-draft rumor? I mean, obviously we're favorites for Tucker. Will Daryl Morey make something happen? What do we have? I mean, 10 picks to go?
Here we go, #Sixers. I'm not seeing really anything. Top. The last thing I got was the Keith Pompey tweet 2 hours ago. And right under that is RB Philly take.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Are we really going to keep this pick? Are we really going to keep this pick again?
No, we can't. We're not keeping this pick. Nope.
Oh, man. Sean, I agree with you 100%. Shout out to Sean with the $5 super chat. He says the NBA is allowing Presti to complete his tanking, but they forced us to fire Sam. It's total BS. This isn't even.
It is.
This is to another level, man. 37 total picks in 5 years of a draft. Come on, man. Or 7 years, I think. That's crazy.
Right, he's totally taking. They said Sam Hinkie was taking advantage of the NBA, lottery or being bad and stacking picks and whatever. This guy's completely taking it to a new level, and maybe this is what Sam Hinkie would have gotten to. Maybe this was his ultimate plan. I'm going to keep going and going and going and stacking picks and stacking picks. Drafting 3 centers in a row ended up not being the greatest idea, but he didn't get to see it through, so we don't know what his ultimate moves would have been because the NBA stepped in and ruined it and gave us Brian Colangelo, who got fired because his wife was tweeting things under a secret name, and so many weird Sixers stories. Like there's at least 5 of the weirdest NBA stories of all time, all in the Sixers organization, but. Yeah. Yeah, how does Sam Presti get away with it? How? Doesn't make sense.
Jalen Duren from Memphis. That's a good pick. That's a good pick for the Hornets. That's a good pick. Center. He had a couple monster games.
Jalen Duren.
He's a good player. A couple monster games for him, man. I think he's going to fill in with that Charlotte team. Who, by the way, is in an interesting spot. I don't know if you heard about that, but Kenny Atkinson had agreed to become the Hornets head coach, and then he said no. He declined it after, which was funny. I guess he wanted to stay with the Warriors as an assistant, but now they have no coach. I think they're going to hire Mike D'Antoni because they had denied him, but now I guess they got to go for him. Interesting.
They got to go back.
Yeah, they have to, man.
Hey, sorry we didn't pick you, but now we need you.
If D'Antoni doesn't get hired by the Hornets this time, I don't think he ever gets a job again. Like, how many times is he going to get turned down for a job?
Yeah, they're comparing this kid to Bam Adebayo, Jalen Duren. Jalen Duren draft profile, 18 years old, 6'11", 250. That's an NBA body, 6'11", 250. Wow. 12 points, 8 rebounds, 2 blocks a game.
He's getting traded. Yeah, here it is. Adrian Wojnarowski, Jalen Duren being acquired by the Detroit Pistons. Sheesh, never mind, man.
What's happening?
What is going? So, wait, where do the Pistons pick at? They already picked. What, do they have another first rounder or what? Well, let's pull this up real quick. Here we go. Pistons acquiring Jalen Duren at number 13 in a trade. They got Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren.
Wow.
And surround that with Cade Cunningham, Sadiq Bey. That's a team, man. And they got Jeremy Grant's contract.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, Andy, I wouldn't say they're going to be scary next season, but that's a core. That's a very young core that they're, maybe they're looking at it like, listen, we did it wrong. We gave the wrong guys a lot of money. Let's build a nice young core. Let's draft the right way, and maybe we can build something. So maybe the Pistons are doing it the right way. They're unloading bad contracts and acquiring at least young players with a lot of potential all at the same time.
That's really smart, actually. Wait. So apparently we have a Shams and Woj battle going on. Shams says it's the Knicks. Woj says it's the Pistons.
I gotta go over to Shams.
You go to Shams. I'm on Woj.
Shams says Shams is that was 11 hours ago, 44 seconds ago. Oh.
All right, let's see. Let's refresh here. Let's see. Keith Smith. Here, we got it. Keith Smith, per source. Jalen Duren will play in the NBA next year, for who remains a debate. Yo, imagine the Knicks actually traded for him and it fell through. That would put the icing on the cake on the New York Knicks night.
I'm confused why Shams is having a live draft special show and leaking picks while ESPN is having the NBA draft. I'm blown away. I don't even understand.
We'll leave it here. Jalen Duren will play next year, for who remains a debate. Tristan with the $5 donation. Appreciate it, man. Says, do you guys know what Chet is listed as position-wise? That's a good question. What is he, a power forward? I mean, he's a
who? Chet?
Chet Holmgren. I think he's a power.
No idea.
I know he can defend like every position, but
he's a shot blocker because he's long, right? Can he defend in the NBA? Like, can he actually, body to body defend? That I don't know. It seems to me like he'd be pretty easy to move off the block. Like you say, he could defend every position.
No, look at this.
Knicks acquired Jalen Duren and moved him with Kemba Walker to the Pistons. Wow. Shams and Woj were both confused. The NBA draft is too crazy for Shams and Woj.
I just want to give them a moment of silence for the Knicks fans out there, man. If I was a Knicks fan, unless they got Jaden Ivey in this deal. If they got
Jaden, they wanted Jaden Ivey.
All is sealed. All is good. But if they did not get Jaden Ivey in this deal, I want to send a prayer out to my fellow Knicks fans because it is over. It is over for the Knicks if they did not get Jaden Ivey in this deal.
And also, the Knicks were over Kemba Walker too. Like, he got benched at one point in the season.
Why did the Pistons take Kemba Walker? They had Jalen Duren.
I don't know.
What? They just got rid of Jeremy Grant. And here come the Cavs. Will they take Agbaji? My God.
Did the Pistons maybe take Kemba Walker because they're not going to meet the salary floor?
Maybe. And the Cavs took Agbaji. I knew it. I knew it. He was mocked there forever. That's a good pick right there. That's going to be one of the best picks in this draft. That kid can shoot. He's improving on both ends, and he's going to be a good player. He's coming from a winning team, man. I'm just going to tweet out what?
2022 first team All-American. Ochai. I sometimes educate myself on some of these players as the draft is happening. That's what I like to do. So
if the Knicks got Jaden Ivey, all will be sealed. How did the Knicks even get in this way of this trade? The Hornets drafted Duren. Somehow the Knicks acquired him and then traded him again. So you're telling me this man was on 3 teams in the span of 2 minutes? Like, what is going on here, man? What is going on? Anyway, Ochai Agbaji going to the Cavs. And here we have an update from Woj. I don't even know what this says. The Pistons are sending the Hornets the 2025 first-round pick from yesterday that they had gotten from the Blazers.
Man,
this is complicated, man. So
this is too much for me to keep up with. So the Hornets
Jeremy
get
Grant,
the 2025.
So Jeremy Grant went to the Blazers. They got the 2025 first-round pick from Milwaukee. The Pistons sent the Hornets the 2025 first-round pick. Pistons got Jalen Duren went to the Knicks first. Then he went to the Pistons, right?
Yes.
So the Pistons sent the Hornets the 2025 first-round pick. They got Jalen Duren. So where the heck do the Knicks come into play? Oh, wait, they sent Kemba Walker. So
what do the Hornets have to do with it?
The Hornets are the ones that selected Duren. They were the ones that actually drafted him.
I forgot that already.
And then they sent him to the Knicks. And then the Knicks sent him to the Pistons. But the Knicks also sent Kemba Walker to the Pistons. So what did the Knicks get in this? Did they get Jaden Ivey? I don't think they did. What did the Knicks get in this trade? What are the Knicks doing? How did they get involved in this trade, man?
I think James Dolan is calling the shots himself at this point. I think he fired everyone, banned everyone from the arena for saying sell the team, and now he's just making draft moves by himself. Wow. R.I.P. Knicks fans.
R.I.P. Knicks fans, man. I got to see what they got in this trade. I
Come on, Woj, you're not fast enough. We need more information.
I don't understand.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this.
I think the Knicks are focusing on getting Brunson now, Q Sims says.
Source confirms Knicks were acquiring Duren. So they got him for the span of 1 minute, and then they sent him to the Detroit Pistons. So they just, if this was a straight salary dump by the Knicks to get rid of Kemba Walker, I mean, you got to wonder what's going on in that city. Like, what are they doing?
Mer Money says they're trying to get Kyrie. Maybe it was a salary dump. Maybe they know something. Maybe they're signing Kyrie Irving. Maybe they're trading.
Shams just leaked the next pick. So Mark Williams, which is another great center that the Knicks could have had. They could have had Jalen Duren and Mark Williams. So they missed out on both of them. So the Knicks are what, 0 for 5 in this draft now? They're 0 for 5 in this draft.
So there's 40,000 people watching a show giving NBA draft picks, but instead of just watching the NBA draft?
I guess so. So Charlotte is still going to get a center. They actually get a pretty good center, Mark Williams, who's a beast. The Pistons get Jalen Duren, right?
Fat Pat says, okay, so basically it cost the Knicks Jalen Duren to salary dump Kemba Walker.
Right, but why did the Knicks even get involved in that? And what have the Knicks done? Like, Charlotte got Mark Williams. The Pistons got Jalen Duren. And
Knicks didn't get anything. They traded 11 for future first.
Exactly. And they passed up on 2 centers. And they passed up on what's his name? The guy that went 10th overall or 11th overall. What's his name?
Knicks are trying to clear cap space for Jalen Brunson.
You don't do that for Jalen Brunson. Like you do clear cap space for Brunson, but you still need a player in the draft. So I mean, they could clear cap other ways. Like Jalen Williams, that's who they passed up on. They passed up on Jalen Williams,
Who Knicks fans wanted.
Right. They passed up on Duren, and they passed up on Mark Williams. I mean, wow. By the way, almost 800 people in the chat. Appreciate everybody being in here, man. We're just reacting like you guys are, man.
Give us 800 likes.
Give us 800 likes, man. Wherever you're tuning in from, hit that like button, man.
Somebody said
Look,
Woj. Somebody said Woj in the chat.
Yeah,
don't,
he just tweeted. He said, Detroit's GM Troy Weaver lands 2 of his top targets in the draft, Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren, with the cost of only 1 future first-round pick. So that means the Knicks did not get Jaden Ivey. The Knicks have lost this draft.
Yeah, what did they do? I'm blown away by what the Knicks are doing. I do feel bad for Knicks fans because Knicks fans were excited for this draft because of the players that they could potentially get and the fact that they thought that they could potentially trade up to all the way up to number 4. And not only did none of that happen, nothing happened at all. They traded 11 for future firsts.
Hold on, I got to play this clip. I'm sorry. I got to play this. This is the epitome of Knicks fans right now. First off, look at this.
I can't listen. I don't enjoy listening to Stephen A. a whole lot, but I'm gonna enjoy hearing him rant on ESPN tomorrow. Spike Lee's there consoling him. He's like, "It's okay, brother. We've been losing forever. We're used to it."
When Spike Lee is doing the consoling, you know they've hit the bottom. This man that goes to every Knicks game. Wow.
Spike's still positive for some reason.
I think he's just, you know how you hit a point where you're just cold to everything at that point? Like you're just numb to it. Wow. I think the Knicks have lost this draft, and we're only halfway through the first round.
You know what? The Knicks don't deserve a fan like Spike Lee. Like, you got to put a winning team together at some point, if not just for Spike Lee. He's been courtside for 90 years.
Wow. I don't know why people on Twitter are saying to me that the Knicks made out well with that trade because they salary dumped Kemba Walker.
Because they're trying to sign Jalen Brunson or trying to maybe trade for Kyrie Irving, if that's a thing, or sign him. Is he unrestricted? Is that what that is? He opted out?
I think it's going to be a sign and trade.
Man, I'll tell you what, if the Knicks end up with Kyrie Irving, that's going to be even more downhill moves for the New York Knicks.
I can't believe people are I feel like people just love taking the opposite side. Like there are multiple people right now saying to me that the Knicks have been incredible in this draft by clearing cap space. Like, come on, man. This is what I mean with the overthinking. Like,
just to get rid of Kemba's
just to get rid of Kemba Walker? Come on, man.
Well, then they have to have another plan. It has to be Jalen Brunson. They have to know something. You wouldn't do all of that and give up prospects like that just to clear Kemba's cap space if you didn't know your next move.
Listen, man.
So maybe they know their next move. Maybe they're doing it for a reason that we don't know yet.
Maybe. I love Jalen Brunson. Like, that's my guy. It's a Nova guy. I think he's incredible. I think he's played much above where people thought he would be. But if you're going to offer Jalen Brunson all this money and that's your
Can you kick out Reaper?
Plan?
Can you kick out Reaper? He's leaking pics and posting it 20 times in a row.
Guys, show it the leaks, man. We don't want that. Look, man. If your only plan this offseason is to get Jalen Brunson, and I love him, man, but that's it, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Here's Woj talking about it. He's confused too. All right, so who's left on the board right now? Atlanta pick is in.
Pat, exactly. He said Jalen Brunson is nice, but is he putting you over the top? That's what I'm saying. Like, are they going to offer him a max contract or something? Like, if that's your only move, man.
Well, I mean,
I love Jalen Brunson, but I don't know.
the Knicks overrate players a lot. The Sixers used to overrate players. We still do overrate players, but we've been blessed with Joel Embiid for a couple of years, so we're not in that bad of a situation. But when you're in that bad of a situation, you overrate players because you just want somebody. You just want somebody to move the needle.
AJ Griffin falls to number 16 to the Atlanta Hawks. There he goes. I don't care what anybody says, man. The fact that the Knicks did not get pick number 12 back in that trade, that's just inexcusable to me. I'm sorry. You could still create cap space, all right? You could still dump a player's salary. You didn't even get that pick back. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm blown away by the Knicks making a whole bunch of moves for what seems like nothing.
I don't know how they did not get that pick back. And people are saying it's good because they dumped Kemba Walker. I mean, you could have dumped him anywhere, man. Sheesh.
Crazy.
So, by the way, guys, we have 6 picks to go. Will the Sixers do something, man? We've kind of gotten sidetracked here with all this stuff. I said it was going to be an interesting, 10 to 15. It's been absolutely insane with all these trades.
Hey, none of the all the stuff that just happened wasn't announced 6 picks before the pick. So, you know what I mean? Like that was picked by the Knicks at 11 and then traded 2 times between what I remember as 3 different teams or something. I can't even keep up anymore. But maybe the Sixers announce a pick, and then that same cycle of chaos that we just witnessed with the Knicks kind of happens with us.
Still some good players on the board, man.
Something's going to happen. Something like what just happened is going to happen. There's going to be a 3-team something when the Sixers make this pick. That's what I think. Maybe the NBA's cracking down on tampering. Maybe you're not allowed to even discuss a trade publicly before you make the pick. You know what I mean?
Crazy, man. This is
because you haven't heard any of that. You used to hear this team agrees to trade this pick once they pick this player. Maybe the NBA canceled that and said you have to go up there and announce the pick and then you can do all that.
Yeah, it's been wild, man. I agree with you. I think something could happen, man.
Wow.
Sheesh, man. Just
Dan
a lot
Herb says,
man.
It's Eric Gordon to Philly, Thibault and Korkmaz to Portland, and Danny Green and 23 to Houston. That's interesting.
This is wild, man. Almost
I think
800.
you can get. I think you can get Eric Gordon just for the 23rd pick, and then does Portland gets Thibault and Korkmaz?
I still think Gordon's going to get moved. I still think the Sixers trade the pick, but we're getting up there, man. We're getting close. We're getting close, man. So if you're just tuning in, a lot has happened in the last 20 minutes. A lot of trades. I thought a lot of vets would be traded, but it's really just a lot of draft trades and picks and stuff. But man,
I can't wait to hear from Knicks fans. That's just such a confusing thing that just happened. I can't. They were so excited to take a player and possibly trade up. Mike, the real Mike B on Twitter says confused by the Knicks.
Crazy.
Sixers beat writer. Confused by the Knicks.
I don't understand. Like, if that's your big play in the draft is to just create space for Jalen Brunson, like, I don't know, man. I'm
on hashtag Knicks right now. This guy says So the Knicks are turning a lottery pick into future non-lottery picks. Make it make sense.
I just don't know how you don't get that pick back. I don't know how you do not get that 12th pick back. If I had to give my take though, I think the winners of the night so far, honestly, might be the Pistons. Like, think about what they've done. They got Duren, they got Ivy, they have their core. They got rid of Jeremy Grant last night. Like, the Pistons are on it, man. And they got
Tommy
Kemba
Beer. Tommy Beer says, if the Knicks wasted the 11th overall pick just to dump Kemba's expiring contract so they can potentially overpay Jalen Brunson, that is an absolute atrocity.
Yeah. But I got to stop looking at the chat because, once again, another pick spoiled. And it's not going to make us happy, but I got to move the chat over here. Like,
you get kicked. You get kicked if you spoil picks in the chat. I mean,
yeah.
Listen, seriously, like if you spoil picks in the chat, look, it's a 2022 NBA draft special on YouTube. So if you're in the chat spoiling picks, you are trying to ruin a show that people are putting on you. Like, I just don't understand what's your goal? Let me go in here and ruin this show that these people are spending time to do.
Right. It's a reaction stream. That's part of it, man. It's the reaction part of it.
They gotta be 10 years old, probably. Have to be.
Yeah. After this pick, I might have to hit the bathroom before we get into this, whatever's about to happen, because I feel like things are about to, go off.
Hey, shout out to everyone in here. Numbers are rising right now. Hit the like button for us. Numbers are rising as we get closer to the Sixers pick, obviously. You know what I mean? A lot of people are going to start jumping on as we get closer to 23. So shout out to everyone in here, man. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, for sure, man. If you guys want to call the show, 508-924-3784. We're live on 2 channels, guys. Philly Tig with RB, running back Philly. Have a combined 840 people in here. Appreciate everybody being here, man. We've been breaking it down all night. And we're just getting started with the Sixers pick coming up soon. So if you guys want to help us out, hit that like button, man. That's all we ask for.
Gobert said, "Chill out. He didn't mean it. It's not that deep." Did you put time and money into a YouTube show?
I've seen about 8 people spoil this pick. So
I mean, to sit here and tell me it's not that deep.
I've seen about 8 different people comment this pick in the chat.
Not that deep, he says.
Class is here for Sixers trade news. What's going on, man? We got you covered. Whatever may happen. And if we get a couple picks away, we need to start talking about some potential players, man, that are still on the board.
How did we not ban Reaper yet? He's in the chat, like, spamming. He's basically copy and pasting Woj's tweets.
Get him out of here. Tari Eason to the Houston Rockets. Big pick for them. Jabari Smith, Tari Eason. That's a good draft, man. That's a quality draft for them. But anyway, pick 18 coming up. We're getting closer and closer, guys. Rockets, solid draft, man. Even though Smith fell to him at 3, and then you get Tari Eason, sucks because we were kind of close, man. This is the range he was getting mocked in, so it's going to be interesting, no doubt. What do you think, though? You think the Sixers are going to keep this pick or what? Like, we're getting there.
No, I think they make the pick. And a lot of things happen after that. Yeah, I think they make the pick and it gets traded.
It'll be interesting, man. All right, I'll be back in a minute. And now, historically, when I've gone to the bathroom, last time I went to the bathroom, the Sixers traded Josh Richardson and got Seth Curry. So, hey, maybe something will happen. I hope it doesn't while I'm gone. But keep us going, man. Shout out to all 840 in the chat, man. Appreciate everybody being in here. For real.
Kemba Walker and the Pistons are expected to discuss a contract buyout that will allow him to become a free agent. Walker landed with Detroit as part of a 3-way trade with Charlotte and New York. So, yeah, they take Kemba and buy him out.
Cap space and that's crazy. That's crazy. So they keep
And after unloading some of those, I think they might have been under the salary floor. So, like, I remember when the Sixers were tanking, this is what we were doing a lot is making trades and buying guys out.
I think the Pistons are one of the winners of tonight, if not the winner. After last night with how they looked and where they were at and now where they're at, Pistons are looking good, man. They really are. And we have the Chicago Bulls on the board. All right, I'll be right back.
Kemba Walker did fall off, man. I agree. I agree with you guys. Kemba Walker fell off hard, man. That's sad. Kemba Walker seemed like a budding NBA superstar. Dropped 59 on Jimmy Butler in Philly. Remember that? Man, he just fell off quick. Going to the Knicks was part of it, wasn't it? Went to Boston. That didn't work out. Ended up on the Knicks. Gets traded to the Pistons on draft night and gets bought out by the Pistons to become a free agent. I remember a couple of years ago, I wanted the Sixers to sign Kemba Walker. He's a free agent now. Hey, how do you feel about Kemba Walker off the bench in Philly? What you guys think about that? Speed Demon, what's up, man? Thanks for the kind words. I don't know. I guess I'm not even trying to be funny. Now that Kemba's freed up, we're gonna hear it. What do we say? Fat Pat, hell no. Kemba fell off. What if you get him for? What if you get him for a veteran minimum off the bench? He already made his $200 million in the NBA. What if he signs for a veteran minimum just to try to win a championship? What if he comes off the bench and just gives us buckets? Jeremiah Christian, hell no, Kemba. Hari says, hell yes. Gordon is better. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. Like, what do you think Kemba Walker gets anymore in the NBA? Does anybody give him more than a veteran minimum? It doesn't seem like he has much value. Like, he's a scorer, but I think it became pretty obvious and pretty apparent to everybody that he can't really impact your team, at least starting-wise. He can't really, take a team anywhere. He's not really helping you win. He definitely plays no defense. I agree with that. Kyle Denny says, I'd take Walker. It fell off for him in Boston and Houston, so Sixers makes sense for him to fall into place in Philly. I think you mean Boston and Charlotte. Or no, he went from Charlotte to Boston to New York. I don't think he played for Houston. Unless I missed something. Every guard looks like an MVP top 10 player of all time against us. Absolutely right, man. Absolutely right. Jersey Jake, I have a feeling Sixers keep the pick and trade Thibault and Green for Eric Gordon and others. Thibault and Green for Eric Gordon. Man, I don't know. Call me crazy, but I think you can do better than Eric Gordon for Matisse Thibault. Just based off of his potential. Am I right?
Do we trade for Eric Gordon?
No, I was just reading some of the comments. They're saying that somebody said they think that we're going to keep the pick and trade Thibault for Eric Gordon.
Interesting. All right, let's see what happens, man. Hey, if you guys want to call into the show, 850 plus in here. Appreciate everybody being in here. We are inching towards the Sixers pick, man. So get a caller in or two, call into the show. Number on the screen. Give us some thoughts. What will the Sixers do at pick 23?
Here's the Bulls.
Yep, here we go.
Chicago Bulls pick is in. Pick number 17, are we on?
Solid pick for the Bulls, man. Dalen Terry, Arizona. Dalen Terry. That's a good pick, man.
Hari says, I think the Sixers make 2 trades tonight. 2 trades.
We could trade back. Dalen Terry, quality pick for the Bulls. Winning type of player coming from Arizona. We need some predictions as to what the Sixers will do. Oh, it's going to be interesting, man.
Liddell and Hardy still left.
Let's go look at
Man, it's going to be interesting. It's getting to the point now. I'm getting nervous now. See,
we're here.
Watching the draft that has nothing to do with the Sixers is entertaining and fun. Now I'm getting nervous.
Imagine if
getting closer.
Imagine if we take Nikolai Jovic. How great would that be?
No. Out of Serbia.
That'd be great, man. That'd be great. Shout out to C Block, man. It says 2 favorite Sixers content creators. What's happening, fellas? Love you guys. Appreciate that, man. Hey, if you guys want to call in.
I like EJ Liddell. I do.
I like Liddell, too. I think he'd be a good quality player, man, no doubt. If you guys want to call in, we'll take a quick call. Give us a prediction. Give us a thought.
I don't think Doc would play him, though. But I don't know. Maybe Doc's just against late second-round picks. Maybe if you draft somebody in the first round, he'll be more reluctant to play him.
Liddell's a little bit older, too, I believe. He's a junior, I think. So, hey, maybe he would go over well. Yeah, exactly.
He's an NBA body.
Exactly. It'll be interesting, though. Once again, wherever you guys are watching, man, hit that like button for sure. Appreciate everybody being here tonight. We've been reacting to the whole draft. I know a lot of you guys are coming in now. Shout out to the ones that have been here all night, man. We've been reacting, talking, discussing. Let's see, man. What happened to my man? Did his camera die? I think his camera died. Someone says, what is Jovic? Jovic is he's a guy in this draft, man. Almost has the same name as Jokic.
I wanted to do that. I'll be right back.
All right, we got a quick caller in here. Let's see. All right, we'll get a call in. Timberwolves pick is in. John, what's going on?
Yo,
what's up, John?
I gotta be honest, drafting Nikolai Jovic is definitely like the most Sixers thing of all time.
I agree.
But seriously though, what are we gonna end up doing with this pick? Like, I feel like if we end up making the pick, we're just gonna be picking a player that is gonna be rotting on the bench because we all know Doc hates playing rookies.
Oh, I agree 100%. I don't think this pick will play. I don't think any late first round pick will play under Doc Rivers, which is why I was hoping and thinking that we would trade it, but who knows, man.
Yeah, I feel like just trading it for a veteran would be so much better than watching some rookies just sit there.
Yeah, I agree, man. All right, John, I appreciate it. Appreciate the call, the prediction. Apparently, you guys are saying Woj. Thank you guys for letting us know about the Woj trade, man. That's perfectly fine. Let us know if there's a Woj bomb. Let's check it out. Memphis is acquiring the number 19 pick. It's going to Memphis. Jake LaRavia from Wake Forest University. Jake LaRavia going to Memphis, a forward, pretty decent player. Can knock down some shots. And the Timberwolves will get number 22 and 29. 22 and 29 in exchange for Jake LaRavia. That's an interesting bite there, in my opinion. Interesting bite there. Fat Pat says, wow, that's high for LaRavia. I agree with that. I've heard him mocked in the mid-20s. They gave up another first-round pick for that. Interesting. All right, let's look at the draft board. Maybe we'll get in one more caller. We'll get in one more before the Sixers pick. If you want to give your thoughts, call into the show. Beauchamp's still on the board. Jaden Hardy, obviously a Sixers guy. Maybe he falls a little bit, you know. EJ Liddell's still here. I don't know. Liddell might be our guy, but I'm worried. I'm worried he might get picked. Maybe the Sixers do go with Nikolai Jovic. Maybe we do. Maybe we do, man. Is Jaden Springer going to play this season? I asked that question last night. I think the answer might be no, though. I think the answer might be no. Can you hear me, DJ? Good?
Yeah.
We just had a trade, by the way. So the Memphis Grizzlies acquired that pick, Jake LaRavia, Wake Forest, and they gave up an extra first-round pick to Minnesota. So now Minnesota's picking right before us, number 22 and 29. So Memphis just gave them both of those for that player. But that's where we're at.
Minnesota.
Still board, man. Yeah. I'm looking at the players available right now. Malachi Branham, EJ Liddell. Those are really the top guys. Beauchamp. I really hope we don't pick Marjon Beauchamp. Not that I don't think he's a quality player, but he's got trouble shooting the ball, man. We better not take him. And we better not take a backup center. We better not take Walker Kessler. If we do that, I'm done. I'm cutting the stream. Sorry.
Well, would you be totally shocked, though? I mean, maybe they're looking at it like, hey, one of our biggest deficiencies was backup center. Even though they refused to play Charles Bassey.
Exactly. I think that would be a waste. Sean says ESPN's going to talk Sixers after the commercial. So
nice.
So if I had to ask you right now, and chat, give us some thought, give us an answer to this. If I had to ask you right now, the winner of the night so far and the loser of the night, who would you say?
I would say who went number 3? The kid that we thought was going to go number 1.
Jabari Smith.
Yeah, I would say the winner is
Rockets.
Is the Rockets at Jabari Smith for sure. I think
they also got
there
Tari
not
Eason
expecting
too.
that.
They got Tari Eason as well.
What number did he go?
He just went at 17. So they got Eason and Jabari Smith. So I agree with that. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I think Detroit is probably up there as well. Getting Ivy and Duran and then
unloading a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. And getting rid of Jeremy Grant. I think those two have been the best. But I think apparently some people disagree. I think the Knicks have made out terrible in this draft. But I mean,
I don't understand what the Knicks did that anybody would say unless somebody said they're stacking picks for next season because they wanna move up and have maybe they want to have the number 1 overall pick next season or top 3 or something like that. I don't know.
You know what's funny though? Like the Knicks trade Kemba Walker to the Pistons, right? And then he instantly gets bought out. Like really? Like you had to go through all that? Like I don't know, man. But anyway, like I said, we'll take one call if anybody wants to call in, talk about the Sixers, what they think will happen, what we should do, prediction. Let us know. 900 in the chat, guys. Appreciate everybody being here. Let's go.
Now Kemba's sitting at home like, what the hell just happened? I'm not even on an NBA team right now. How did this happen in a matter of 5 minutes?
You think Kemba ever even is a quality role player again? I feel bad for Kemba, man.
I was asking people while you were out, I was asking people if they would take Kemba off the bench in Philly. A lot of people said hell no. Some people said yes. I mean, if at this point he has no value at all, maybe he'll sign for a veteran minimum. And maybe you just get a little bucket getter off the bench that you don't really have to rely on. You know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe Kemba Walker for 10 minutes on a hot night gives you 15 or 20 points, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Here's Jay Billis, best available, Malachi Branham, Ty Washington, EJ Liddell, Kennedy Chandler, and Jaden Hardy. I'm starting to think. I don't want to get ahead of myself. But, we heard about Jaden Hardy, right? They said the Sixers worked them out. They said Daryl Morey was there. Doc River, like everybody was there watching them. We might end up taking Jaden Hardy. We might. And would I be mad at that? No. But I do want to get a veteran player. Now, I think PJ Tucker would be good for that. But I don't think you're done there, And is Jaden Hardy going to play this upcoming season? Will he get quality minutes? I don't want another Jaden Springer.
Yeah, so he didn't go to college, right? He went straight to the G League.
He went to the G League, and he struggled a little bit in shooting the deep ball, but he knocked down his free throws. He can develop. I think he'll be a good piece, but when will he be a good piece? And in terms of Jaden Springer, like someone was just asking, like, and we talked about it yesterday. Like, is he even going to play this year? Like, what is that pick? So I think you got to get a veteran player, man. But I wouldn't be mad at the Hardy pick.
He's 6'4", 198. Exceptional ball handler with the ability to create a ton of space and get great shots off the bounce. He excels on the wing. Hey, I mean, you know.
Spurs took Malachi Branham. I'm worried about these next couple picks, man. There's a top guy off the board. Spurs get him.
I mean, I guess like Jaden Hardy, like do we have you know, when you look at it was Danny Green and Matisse Thybulle going back and forth for the starting small forward position. I mean,
yeah, I wouldn't be mad at it.
I would be shocked if Doc Rivers starts a rookie, but
he won't start him. No way.
Who's going to start at the small forward?
That's a good question.
We don't even know.
I've talked about this a lot. We keep playing small forwards out of position, like Danny Green, Robert Covington. We need a traditional small forward.
We played Tobias there when Al Horford was at the four.
Exactly. Yeah, we haven't had an actual small forward. And now with Malachi Branham off the board, now the best available is EJ Liddell. And that's really the guy we're looking at. Liddell, Hardy, and you know, here we are with a couple picks to go, right? Like, Daryl, please be working something, man. Guys, no leaking any picks in the chat. Let us know if there's a Woj bomb. Let us know. I'm going to stay away from Twitter. I don't want to see any mock picks or anything.
And share the stream, by the way. Get us to 1,000 live viewers. Share the stream.
9:15 in the house. Shout out
to share it on Twitter, share it on Instagram, share it on Facebook. Get us 1,000.
If you've been here the entire stream, drop a 1 in the chat. Let us know, man. Let us know who's been here the entire show, man. We appreciate it. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm on Woj. I don't see a Woj bomb. Oh, 42 seconds ago. Denver had. Oh, that's not a Woj bomb. That's leaking the pick. You got me. You got me.
All right, I'm not looking at the pick. So Denver's on the board. What if Denver took Nikolai Jovic? And they had Nikolai Jovic and Nikolai Jokic.
Shout out to everyone that's been hanging out the whole night, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Nikola Jovic. That'd be funny. It's Nikola, right? It's spelled the same as.
Yep.
Do they call him Nikolai?
I have no clue. There's a lot of dudes here that are still on the board that can play, but I don't know, man.
Nuggets. Wait, we're close, right?
We're 3 picks. What are we? 2 picks away? 3 picks away. They did it to us again. They did it to us again. Come on, man.
No, we did it again. We sat here the whole night. Nothing happened. We did it again.
I hope not. This has been, what, 4th time? Joshua, thanks for being here, man. 900 people in here. Hit the like. Let's get to 1,000 viewers. Let's go, man. Wherever you're watching, be sure to subscribe, man. Here we go. Nikolai Jovic to the Nuggets, potentially. Nuggets pick is in. Please don't be EJ Liddell. Please don't be EJ.
I like EJ Liddell, man. I like him.
Please don't be him. Why do I have a feeling the Sixers are going to pick Marjon Beauchamp? I just have a feeling like it just sounds like a guy the Sixers would pick. It just sounds like a guy the Sixers would pick. Or a Ty Washington from Kentucky. Like, or maybe we pick Ismail Kamagate from Paris.
Sean, we know the Sixers can't technically trade the pick. This is what I'm starting to think, because in years past, you would hear teams agreeing, like, "Hey, we're trading the pick," but then they would draft the player and trade the player. I haven't seen that yet in this draft, so it might have been a tampering thing where the NBA is making it so you're not allowed to say anything until you make the pick. So if that's the case, because that's what just happened with the Knicks and the Blazers and that whole debauchery that went on with Detroit. So maybe the Sixers announce the pick and then a whole bunch of stuff happens. That's very possible. And that's what happened with the Detroit pick.
I'm trying not to look anything. I'm nervous. I don't know what's going to happen. I really hope Liddell does not get taken in these next 2 picks. I really hope not.
If we pick at this point with those guys on the board, it has to be Liddell or Wendell Moore.
And you know what's unfortunate is that I could see the Timberwolves, who now own the 22nd pick, I could see Liddell fitting right in with that team too. I could see him fitting right in next to Cat. Like, it just makes sense. And that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about. All right, here we go. Nuggets pick is in. Come on, man.
If Denver can stay healthy, they can be really good next season.
Here's the trade with the Knicks. Multiple future first-round picks. Three conditional.
What
They didn't
in
even
the
announce
world?
what the picks were. All right, here's the pick for the Nuggets. Christian Brown, what? Yo, they took him at 21? What? I thought he was going to go in like the 30s. He's a good player, but 21? Really? He's a little inconsistent for me. But hey, I'll take it. Let the Nuggets have him, man. Let him take Thibault, too. All right, man. DJ, we are here, man. We are
6'7", 209, man. I wish we had a 6'7", 209 3-point shooter.
We got to get through one more pick, man. It better
He
not.
He is a
be
dog.
like
That's a good pick. He is a dog. That's a good pick, man.
21? Come on, man. He's a little inconsistent for that. He's a good player, but
I mean, he's young.
I don't know. We got one more pick to get through. They better not take EJ Liddell, and we better take him if he's there. How's he falling to this pick, man?
5 minutes. Oh. What are you guys talking about in the chat, man? What's up in the chat? Good pick. Anyone from Kansas knows how to win. I mean,
I'm just saying, man.
Kelly Oubre was from Kansas.
Guys, we have 995 in the chat.
No spoiling picks. No spoiling picks.
I
No
can't look
spoiling
at the chat
picks.
right now, man. I can't look at the chat, man. No spoiling, man, because I know somebody's going to try to. Come on, we're almost at 1K, man. We're almost here. Combined 2 channels. Philly take with RB, running back Philly. Shout
Yeah,
out.
get us to 1K.
We got it, man. We got it. 1K in the chat.
Woo!
1Ks, baby. Somebody said answer the phone. Now you want to call, man? Now you want to call? Come on, man. Now you want to call, man? Come on, man. Oh, my gosh. I can't even look at the chat, bro.
I think when we were anticipating a Ben Simmons trade last year, we were at like 1,300 or 1,400, but there was a lot more.
This is wild, man.
There was a lot more drama and stuff around the situation then.
Jake LaRavia, the 19th pick, and a future second to the Grizzlies for the 2 first-round picks, 22 and 29 for the Timberwolves. Oh, man. Please don't take EJ Liddell. He makes so much sense for the Timberwolves.
The pick is in.
You think he's going to get taken here? He makes
Stop
so
talking,
much
Jay Bilas. Show us the pick. All right, Ty Washington, EJ Liddell, Kennedy Chandler, Jaden Hardy.
We're going to take Marjon Beauchamp. Watch. We're going to take Beauchamp.
I feel like Jaden Hardy's undersized for the NBA. He's almost the same size as Isaiah Joe.
He's a prospect for sure. He's a prospect for sure.
In today's NBA, I'm not big on guys that are like 6'3" or 6'4", unless they're a sniper from 3 and he shot 30%.
Someone said Woj bomb.
But again,
I don't know if I want to check. I don't know if I want to check.
No, it's gonna leak the pick. That's what it's gonna do.
All right, here we go. It took Walker Kessler, so we're not getting them. Thank the Lord. They took a center.
Walker Kessler.
All right. Hold on. Do I look at Twitter or do I not look at Twitter?
Don't look at Twitter. You can't.
I'm not looking at anything. I'm not looking at anything.
I'm not looking at anything either. I'm looking at this.
look.
I'm looking at ESPN. I'm not looking at Shams TV show. I'm not looking at Woj on Twitter. I can't read the chat. I'm sorry, guys.
Almost 1,100 in the chat, guys. Hit that thumbs up. Here we go. Sixers on the board.
Oh my gosh.
EJ Liddell
Oh my
is on
gosh.
the board, guys. EJ Liddell is on the board. One of the guys I really like, man. One of the guys I like. Who else? Ty Washington, another Kentucky guard. Kennedy Chandler, another guard. At least Walker Kessler is off the
The
board.
chat's freaking out. Something happened. The chat's freaking out. We got to look at Woj.
We can't.
I have to look at Woj. The chat's freaking out.
All right. I guess we have to.
Philadelphia is trading the number 23 pick to Memphis for DeAnthony Melton. What? What just happened? What? DeAnthony Melton. I like DeAnthony Melton. Talk about left field. I haven't heard any rumors about DeAnthony Melton, the Memphis Grizzlies, the Sixers, none of this. Where did this come from? DeAnthony Melton. How does DeAnthony Melton's a good young player that had some good games against us that I remember. Whoa, what? That's not exactly. Oh my God.
Is DeAnthony Melton better than EJ Liddell right now, or Hardy? He's a good player, man. He's a good player. I don't want to take anything away from him, but really, that's the trade? Not Eric Gordon. You get DeAnthony Melton?
The chat is so split in half right now. People are saying L. People are saying W. DeAnthony Melton, man. You guys were like, does Eric Gordon put you over the top? Does PJ Tucker does DeAnthony Melton put you over the top? What? A solid role player, and I'll argue that DeAnthony Melton's probably better than anybody that came off the bench for us last season. That just seems crazy for the 23rd pick, though. How old is DeAnthony Melton? I think he's young, right?
He's young, man. He's a good quality player. I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm not mad at him. I just did not expect that. I did not expect DeAnthony Melton.
Dude, he was the 46th pick of the 2018 draft. I guess he outplayed his draft slot, but this is tough. This is tough. This is tough for me, man.
I think he's a decent defender.
The pick is in. Watch, it's gonna be EJ Liddell. We traded it.
I can't. Yeah. And to the Grizzlies.
Oh.
Somebody saying we traded Danny Green. Danny Green's gone.
We traded Danny Green and 23 to Memphis for
Salary dump, baby. Goodbye, Danny.
For DeAnthony Melton?
We got Danny's contract off, though.
Danny and 23 for DeAnthony Melton?
I feel better now. I feel a little bit better now because we just moved that contract.
I
just
get
dumped
that.
some of that salary. There's more coming, man. There is more coming.
That was easy. That was easy to move though, because it's not
what
guaranteed.
What did I tell y'all, man? I told y'all it was a smoke screen for Danny Green to be moved. I knew it was coming, man. I feel better now. I feel better.
Oh man. All right. I wanted to read exactly about DeAnthony Melton because I
Sixers
just
select David Roddy from Colorado State. Who's David Roddy?
I remember D'Anthony Melton being like watching him play against us, and he was nice, man. He had a nice mid-range jumper. He had a nice he was a combo guard who was filling up the stat sheet against us as in the words of Brett Brown, live ball guard would do to us. So D'Anthony Melton's a live ball guard that we haven't had for a long time. Like, what position does he play? What are we looking at here? Does he
forward?
Does he
But
start?
No, he doesn't start. He's a good role player. He's young, but I just didn't expect it. But I think what we need to be focused on is getting Danny Green's contract off. I think that was the goal. And I guess we're keeping Matisse now.
D'Anthony Melton averaged 10 points per game last season, 37% from three, 75 from the free throw line, 40% from the field.
He's a dog, man, for sure. I wasn't mad at Melton, but now that I hear Danny Green's a part of the trade, I feel a lot better.
So we actually drafted Liddell and traded him, right? Technically.
No, we didn't get Liddell. We got David Roddy from Colorado State.
So did we just screw Memphis?
I guess so, man. I mean, they took I don't know if they're going to keep Danny Green or what.
Did Daryl pull a fast one? What if he agreed to draft Liddell and trade him, and then he didn't draft Liddell?
I think it's thinking a little bit outside the box for Daryl Morey, but I think I predicted this. I said Danny Green would be the one to go because I think we're trying to alleviate some of the pressure that we have right now. I think this is a pure move to sign PJ Tucker. I think this is in aim to help sign PJ Tucker.
Y'all want dogs, and we got one, and you complain. I'm saying I don't know. I only watched him play a couple times. Is D'Anthony Melton a dog?
He's a dog.
Is he?
I don't know what he offers much, more than a role player, but I mean, I don't think he's not a jump off the screen type of player, but he's definitely a dog. Jan's with the super chat says Melton was rated as one of the best backup guards in the league last year. Think we can get Gordon for Matisse. I think this was a pure PJ Tucker move.
All right, I'm watching D'Anthony Melton highlights.
I think this was a PJ Tucker move.
I'm watching D'Anthony Melton highlights because I remember watching him play, but I didn't watch Memphis enough to really. Wow. It's just something nobody saw coming.
Nobody saw it coming.
Aaron, I like your take there, man. Aaron, I like your take.
Aaron with the super chat says we traded Danny's contract and a rookie that Doc wouldn't play for a good role player. It's a win. It's a good point.
Yeah, Doc wasn't going to play the whoever they drafted anyway.
Austin Krell says D'Anthony Melton ranked top 5 percentile for combo guards and block and steal percentage. Shot 37.4% from three on 8.1 attempts per 36. Daniel with a $2 donation says
so he's a trigger.
Yeah. Daniel says Melton is definitely a solid 6-man. He's stupid athletic. I don't know if he's a 6-man, but he'll be a decent role player, man. Melton's making $8 million a year. I'm happy with getting Danny Green off the team. But I guess
making $8 million a year.
By the way, we got 1,400 plus in the chat. Shout out to everybody in here, man. Welcome on in.
Thank you for being here. Hit the like button. Give us 1,400 likes.
Hit that like, man. Sixers trading Danny Green and the 23rd overall pick for D'Anthony Melton.
Wow, it's just out of left field. I'm blown away. I didn't see. Nobody saw that happening.
I didn't either. But then again, I do know that Sixers fans like to overrate these guys, and they do talk about them like they're, the best role players in the league. We got to wait and see. What I'm happy about is getting Danny Green off.
Man,
Arjan Beauchamp to the Bucks. Beauchamp to the Bucks. That's a good pick for them.
That's a PJ Tucker move. Everyone's saying, okay. Hey, look, PJ Tucker, Andy Anthony Melton. That's a pretty good upgrade. And you still didn't trade Matisse. You still didn't trade Tobias.
We definitely got more athletic, which everybody wanted, right? Everybody wanted to get a little younger and more athletic. So, I'm going to reserve my feeling on DeAnthony Melton. I think he's a bit of an upgrade to what we have. But I just think that getting Danny Green off was a win. And I thought it would happen. Almost 1,500 people in here, guys. Shout out to everybody in here. Live reacting. Sixers draft. I don't know if we're done for the night or what. I guess we're out on Eric Gordon. Guess Thibault's going to stay. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't want Thibault to stay.
Is he though? Is he? Are we done for the night? Or if Thibault gets rerouted in a trade and we get Eric Gordon somehow, that would be something. That would be something.
Wow. DeAnthony Melton. Wow. Time Cop says Melton equals no more point Ferk. I like that.
Time
I
Cop,
like
appreciate
that.
it, man. Shout out to you for the super chat. Let's see. We got Mr. Roddy with the $5 donation. He says, great trade for a 3-and-D dog with ball handling. Wait a minute, didn't Melton play for the Rockets? Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Maybe Daryl Morey, since he's quoted saying the random players thing that I always bring up, he does. Maybe he only knows players that played for the Rockets.
Maybe. I got to look up how many years he's played. We got Deshaun with a $2 donation. Since we got Melton, why bring back Shake? Shake can offer you something if he actually, contributes and actually shows effort.
Look, I think you can look at the Sixers and say two of their biggest issues were health and the bench. So you can't do anything about Joel Embiid's health. You just have to hope and pray that he stays healthy.
Yeah,
and they're trying to give you a better bench than you had last year. Obviously, Melton's better than Furkan Korkmaz coming off the bench. He's better than maybe anybody that was coming off the bench.
He's definitely better than who we had on the bench. I think that there's more moves coming. I don't know if it's going to be tonight, but I think there's more coming from this. And I think you're trying to set up a PJ Tucker signing. I really do.
And a PJ Tucker signing would be when? July 1st, right?
Yeah. It sounds like there's traction on it. But I don't know. Wasn't the sexy pickup, but I think that I think time will tell, I still think something else is coming. I don't know why. I want to look up DeAnthony Melton's stats. "24 years old. 10 points a game in 22 minutes, 15 starts. All right.
Yeah, maybe there was just no role for him in Memphis.
They do.
Room for him.
They just picked up that guy too, Laravia. So
10 points a game in 22 minutes is pretty good.
Yeah, no doubt.
24 years old too.
Thinking outside the box a little bit.
So, hey, we say we're not on the time frame to draft an 18-year-old kid. So Daryl does what everyone wanted. He trades the pick, and he gets a 24-year-old role player who's athletic and can score off the bench.
Will he play under Doc Rivers?
Has to. If he averaged 10 points per game over the minute, he has to. Now, look, if we get into the season and Doc's not putting the dude on the court, like stuff's going to start to get crazy because I feel like Daryl Morey has drafted players now that Doc Rivers refuses to play. And if he refuses to play players that Daryl trades for, I mean, even the George Hill trade that Daryl Morey made, you know, like I feel like a lot of that was the fact that there was no system. Doc didn't give him a role. He didn't do anything creative to try to, you know, get him in the right places on the court to be effective.
I agree.
When's it going to be obvious to these people that you're making moves and Doc Rivers is not helping the situation?
I agree. See who the Spurs pick here. Will it be E.J. Liddell? Blake Wesley. Wow.
Man, Liddell's sitting there cooking, man. Am I going to get drafted? Am I going to go second round?
So Shams just tweeted, he said that the draft picks that New York acquired from OKC, 3 protected first rounders in 2023. Holy crap, dude. Oh, I want to see what the actual protections are, though. I want to see like what kind of protections they are.
OKC had 3 picks in 2023
from other teams. Yeah.
Wow.
Will they be like, 1 to 4? Like, what will it be? Lottery protected? I mean,
they gave up number 11. It has to be something valuable.
Are the Knicks just giving up on this year already before it even started?
Definitely. They just did. They just admitted it. They're going all in on 2023 draft. They're going to try to get to the top.
So I guess they're back in tanking mode or what?
Spike Lee doesn't want to admit it, but yeah, they are. Stephen A. Smith doesn't want to admit it.
Nah.
Oh, my. DeAnthony Melton. Wow.
I'm waiting to see if anything else happens. Because is Eric Gordon going to get moved or what?
I hope so. Hope he gets moved to Philly. That Morey didn't take Liddell confirms they are happy with Tobias and Paul Reed at power forward. I don't know if happy.
Will Tobias get moved?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they're happy with Tobias at power forward. I think it's going to become clear that it's impossible to trade Tobias Harris because of that contract. And, who's been saying that for 2 years? It's not possible. Nobody's paying LeBron James money for Tobias Harris. Yeah. He makes more money than Bradley Beal. Think about that for a second.
That's wild, man. That's wild.
Oh, man.
How do we feel about Danny Green being off the roster?
I'm glad.
I knew he was going to get moved, man. He knew it, too.
I don't ever have to see the Duck run again in Philly uniform. No, I liked him. I liked him as far as like a corner 3-point shooter, and he was hot in some of those games, and he helped us out a lot in some of those games when we were struggling, and he would catch fire. But never really liked him outside of that. Honestly, think he's a weirdo.
Danny Green's $10 million salary will become guaranteed as he recovers from a torn knee. Could you imagine Danny Green coming back and the Grizzlies go to the finals?
And he wins a 4th ring.
Another one, yeah. We have a parent trade coming up. Mavs are on the board. We have a $10 donation from Bravo Carlos. Appreciate it. Says, is that all we got? Just Melton. I don't think anyone's happy about Tobias's contract. Is a deal killer. It's an interesting way to put it.
It is a deal killer. I completely agree. Bravo, what's up, man? Thanks for the support as always.
Shout out to Bravo, man.
Yeah,
that's what we got, I guess. But I'm not mad. Like, I don't think we were mad at DeAnthony Melton. It was just we were anticipating the draft pick, and you got a player that at least has a little bit of experience, right? But I think the question now is, where do we go now? Because now you got Thibault up in these trade rumors, right? You got them all up in the air, and Eric Gordon and this and that. And someone in the chat says D'Anthony Melton was a draft pick by Daryl Morey, second-round draft pick. So maybe we are recreating the Rockets, man. Finish the unfinished business from 2018 with Joel Embiid.
Yeah, he's basically getting the James Harden Rockets and adding Joel Embiid. That's what he's doing. And Tyrese Maxey.
We're just talking about the Duran trade now.
It's funny how far behind they are. Like, we talk about trades for 20 minutes, and then Adam Silver's like, I have a trade to announce. 4 future second-round picks.
Wendell Moore picked by the Mavs.
Nice. Nice. I think he's good, man. I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be good.
All right, we got a live direct with the $2 donation. He says Melton's second-round pick by Morey in Houston 2018.
Wow.
And we got Hayden with the $5 donation. Says, you know what's funny? Morey drafted D'Anthony Melton 4 years ago. And then CP Tampa Delphia with the $5 donation says Melton makes $9 million per year. Yeah, I was just that's what I was just looking at. He makes $8 million, and he's got 2 more years on the contract. So, I mean,
he's
you gotta hope it works out. You gotta hope it works out, man.
Yeah.
Because now that I'm thinking about it, like, there's no way we are done. Because you still got to shed some salary.
Yeah. Yeah.
You still got to shed salary to get PJ Tucker. So,
would you be content with this offseason if all they did was added Melton and PJ Tucker?
Are you saying would I be content with that?
Yeah.
At least another move on top of that. We need a guy that can put the ball on the floor coming off the bench. How many times have we been saying that, man? Like,
that's
we need a
Melton.
guy. But is he a leading scorer off the bench, you know? Like a guy that can create his own shot off the bench?
I think so, potentially.
I don't know about that.
10 points per game in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I don't think he's that type of player. That's just my opinion, though. Maybe
so
I need
just a 3-and-D guy?
I don't think he's a 3-and-D guy. I think he can put it on the floor like he's a point guard. But to me, like, from what I remember about D'Anthony Melton, he's more of he's a dog, right? Like, he can play defense. He can get up on guys. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if he's that type of guy off the bench. You're gonna put the rock in his hands and say, here we go. Like, go get us a bucket when we need you. I don't know, man.
Well, Shake Milton averaged 8 points per game off the bench last season, so that's a 2-point upgrade.
Woj just tweeted out Minnesota is sending the Rockets the 29th overall pick and 2 future seconds to acquire Wendell Moore. So Wendell Moore now rerouted to the Timberwolves.
Well, that's interesting.
At 29th pick they just got. So now, man, these guys are getting moved around like crazy. Crazy, man.
Wait, so they drafted him at 26 and traded him for 29?
The Rockets had that pick from the Mavs trade with Christian Wood. So the Rockets drafted Moore and they traded him to the Timberwolves for 2 future seconds and pick 29.
Okay.
Interesting.
Definitely interesting.
Let's see what the chat's saying. Hey, if you guys want to call and give some thoughts, man, you know the number. Let's go to the lines, man. Let's go to Timothy.
DJ Liddell, Jaden Hardy are still out there.
What's going on, man? Tim, what's going on, man?
Yeah, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Tim?
I just want to say this is a great trade. Melton to get rid of Danny Green, the dinosaur. That's a great trade. But I feel like the whole process is ruined at this point. Because right now, honestly, we're no better than a 5th or 6th seed every single year. And that's what the process was intended to do. Get us out of that 5th, 6th seed, first, second round elimination.
So what do we do then, Timothy? What's our next step from here, man?
I mean, honestly, with Harden and his cap hit, I don't know what the answer is. I think Melton was a good step in the right direction. We kept Maxey, but I mean, that's a great question.
DJ, what do you think, man?
Hey, fellas,
what's our next move?
I appreciate everything you do on the live stream. Appreciate watching you guys all night.
Thanks, Tim.
Appreciate your insights.
Thanks for the call, man.
Appreciate you, Tim.
Matt.
Appreciate how concise that was as well. Let's go rapid fire. Let's go rapid fire.
Wait, I got to respond to Tim. With all due respect, how in the hell did we just become a 5th or 6th seed every year with Joel Embiid, James Harden, Tyrese Maxey, and potentially a stronger bench? Were we not the first seed in the NBA in the Eastern Conference before this little COVID outbreak that we had? You know, and then, we made the James Harden trade. We gave up Seth. We gave up Drummond, but we weren't. He sounded like we were a bad team.
Now we're
Sixers
still
are good.
Yeah, we're still a good regular season team, no doubt. I don't know, man. Yeah, he was a little bit over the top, but we got to see what happens after this. Like I said, subsequent moves. Shout out to Rob Henderson, the $5 donation super sticker. Much love. Appreciate everybody out there supporting us, man. CP Tampa Delphia with the $5 super chat says, guys, this is bad if they don't have a major move plan during cap hell. Yeah, I think something else has to happen after this, man. There has to be another move. It has to be a Tucker and maybe another move. Well, we'll see what happens. Let's go back to the lines. Rapid fire. John on the lines. What's going on, man?
Yo, what's going on, boys? How's it going tonight?
What's up, John?
What's going on, man?
Nothing much. So, Anthony Melton, what a freaking trade, man. That's basically your Matisse Thybulle replacement right there. Now you can dangle Matisse Thybulle to other teams and see what you can get back for him. You kind of like it, you know what I mean?
Okay. So you think he has starting potential?
I mean, it depends on who else they can go after in free agency. I could see him starting at the 2 and maybe moving Harden to the 3 as a small lineup. Maybe off the bench as a 6th man would probably fit him better, though. I don't know. Maybe get your guys' opinion on that.
I mean, I guess in that regard, I would just call it positionless because James is a point guard at the small forward then. But I see what you're saying, that you could play him, Maxey, and Harden together.
I like Melton as a fit off the bench, no doubt. I like him as a fit off the bench for sure, and I think he'll be an upgrade. Maybe it's just me, but I still think something else needs to happen after this. But that's just where I'm at.
No, they don't need to do anything else tonight. I think this is enough, and it's better to add him instead of some draft pick that's going to play games in Delaware more than in Philadelphia.
It's true.
I'm just saying in general, man. I'm just saying, like, another move needs to happen. Maybe it's not tonight, but there's got to be another vet that comes in here.
I think they're done for tonight. I think they're going to keep their eye on PJ Tucker. That's probably going to be the next thing they go for.
All right. I appreciate it, man. Good take.
All right, boys. You guys have a good night.
Appreciate it, John.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Yeah, he's 6'2". Just sounds like a 6-man to me. That's what he sounds like to me. Sounds like a good 6-man. I mean, we didn't have one last year. Yeah, we straight up didn't have one. It ended up being Georges Niang and Furkan Korkmaz for 4 straight months until Doc gave up on that experiment. I
mean, look, we got younger, we got more athletic. I still think we need more help off the bench. And if you're getting rid of Danny Green, you're bringing in another salary. You might save a couple $1 million. Something still has to give, in my opinion, if you want to go out and upgrade this team. So that's kind of where I'm at. But let's go back to the lines, man. Let's go back to the lines. Jawar, what's going on? Jawar on the line, going once.
What's up? It's Jawar.
What's up, man?
Jay. This ain't Jay.
What's up, Jay?
What's going on, man?
How you feeling, man?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing? It's Jay Frager.
Oh, what's up, Jay?
I like this trade, because I feel like it strengthens our bench. And I feel like, we was a good team anyway. So that last caller that said we wasn't good, I disagree with that.
I agree.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just think we just need to add PJ Tucker and we'll be all right.
You think, Jay? You think that's enough for the whole this entire offseason to come back next year with PJ Tucker and DeAnthony Melton?
Yeah, because if we have a healthy Embiid, and then we have Harden for a full season, and then we have Niang, Shea Milton, and we have the other Milton, and then we have PJ Tucker, I think that'll help a lot. I think that'll make us deeper, and I think that we'll have more chemistry because they'll be playing the whole season together. So, yeah, I think that helps a lot, just those two.
Yeah, I think you might, Jay. I can't totally disagree with you. I think that we got down really on the Sixers a lot, and we forget about the fact that most of that was because Joel Embiid was not 100% once again. So, I can't totally disagree that when he's healthy, we can compete with basically anybody. We competed with some of the best teams in the NBA last year with the worst bench in the NBA. So, it's all about Joel staying healthy. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, more chemistry with Harden. Yep, I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
more chemistry, we'll be all right.
All right, Jay, appreciate the call, man. Yeah, I think that I think we just needed more depth, man. I think we need more depth. And I think that's what Daryl Morey's going for. Like we said before, I think he's keeping this core together. And I don't know, man. I think he's keeping his core together and he's trying to build around it the best way he can based on the limitations, like, and especially with the free agent class being thin like it is, you got to get creative. So
people are saying we didn't trade Danny Green.
Yeah, that's what I was reading.
If we didn't trade Danny Green and we just traded 23 for, I mean, it's still not. Again, it's still, yeah. You gave up a player who probably wasn't going to play for a 24-year-old player who contributes in the NBA at a decent level at 10 points per game in 20 minutes. So again, like if you drafted at 23 and that rookie could average 10 points per game in 20 minutes, you'd be happy. So you're kind of skipping forward by getting a 24-year-old.
There's too many people saying this about Danny Green. You guys are what are you guys
Where are
doing?
you seeing this?
I don't see this at all. Why is everybody saying this? By the way, the Warriors pick is in for the Warriors.
All I see is Shams 29 minutes ago. Sixers traded Danny Green at number 23.
Warriors get Patrick Baldwin. Of course, they get another solid player. Yeah, you guys are clickbaiting, man. You guys are clickbaiting.
Yeah, what is this? Everybody's saying on Twitter that we traded Danny Green. So why are people in the chat saying we didn't? You guys trolling us?
They have to be. Is EJ Liddell still on the board too?
Yeah. The only thing that was in his negatives was that he used his body in college, but he's a little bit undersized for the NBA, like height wise, and he's not very like explosive, like he's kind of slow, I guess. So I think he might be fall to the second round just because people think maybe his dominance in college won't translate to the NBA, his physical dominance.
And Jaden Hardy too, right? Player the Sixers really wanted at 23. Maybe they try to trade back and into the draft and get their guy.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Hey, look, if Daryl got rid of Danny Green, gave the 23 pick for DeAnthony Melton, and trades back into the draft and still gets EJ Liddell, that'd be pretty cool.
People are going nuts in the chat about Danny Green, saying that Adam Silver announced the trade and didn't say Danny Green was in it.
Okay, well that's probably Adam Silver just announcing that they traded a pick.
Right.
Maybe.
I think you guys got to realize, there's also contract matching, which makes sense.
Yeah, you couldn't just trade 23 for Melton if he's making $9 million a year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Adam Silver said Danny Green just because he just didn't say it. I don't think that means we kept Danny Green.
So Kyle Neubeck just dropped an article about DeAnthony Melton. I don't know how he just put out an article that quick. Shout out to Neubeck, though. After a lot of jokes during the week about trying to reassemble the Rockets, Daryl Morey went and got another guy who was with the Rockets. Let's see.
This is getting crazy, man.
Deployed primarily as a six-man, Melton does not fit the mold of the instant offense guy off the bench. That's what Kyle Neubeck says. Kyle Neubeck
does not fit the mold of
an instant offense guy off the bench.
Why not?
Last 2 seasons have represented a significant step forward in that department, and it has helped them have a number of other creators to allow Melton to focus on off-ball shooting. He made 40.6% of his 3.5 catch-and-shoot attempts per game. He can initiate offense for himself and others, but is not relying on having the ball in his hands. So I still think we need a guy off the bench, man, that can get his own shot.
And he can play defense? At 6'2"?
Yeah, he can play defense, no doubt. Overall, he'll probably be a future rotation piece for sure. Sean with a $10 donation. He says, Silver said the trade would be finalized later. The later part is making sure Green gets $10 million. He would not have gotten that if he did not play. It was not guaranteed for injury. Now it is. There you go. I'm happy Danny Green's getting his money, man. Even though we talked a lot about Danny Green during his time here, I thought he had some pretty good stretches. And I thought as the season got down later in the year, I thought Danny Green kind of showed his veteran presence a little bit, and I knew he was going to be gone. It was nice to have a kind of vet like Danny Green, but the problem is, we tried to play him again out of position, and sometimes that created an awkward fit. Overall, I'm happy for Danny. I hope he gets healthier and stuff. But he's going to a team where he doesn't really have to play till later in the year anyway. So,
yeah,
we'll see what happens with him.
And Danny Green's a player that you need creators on the floor. Like, he just needs to be a catch-and-shoot corner guy. We put him out there too many times in situations where he was holding the ball, ISO situation, trying to dribble drive. And we put him in a lot of bad situations.
Yeah, I agree.
For his skill set.
Yeah.
Doc.
Yeah. I think Danny, if he comes back healthy, could be good on Memphis. Crazy. Jerry says Danny Green is our winner tonight. He's getting paid $10 million for not playing. He'll be waived to make room for a roster spot. So he'll get that money nonetheless.
And then he'll get waived. Here's the Grizzlies pick, proposed trade by Philly. Wait, why does it say that?
I think they're trading him to the Rockets. Ty Washington going to the Rockets. Picked by the Grizzlies, traded to the Rockets. Yeah, Danny will definitely come off the bench for Memphis. We have our backup point guard. Shout out to my guy CP to franchise. He said this was 50 minutes ago. I just see it now. He says waiting on the final parameters of the trade, but trading a premium asset to shed Kemba's $9 million is wild. I like Brunson, but not to this degree. What the F is going on? But there you go, man. I mean, I knew I wasn't crazy. Like, for a team that wants to, I knew I wasn't crazy, man.
That's Knicks Fan TV host for everyone wondering who CP the franchise is. That's the host of Knicks Fan TV. I was wondering what he was going to say too, because sometimes he's overly positive on the Knicks, and sometimes, so it was interesting for me to hear what he had to say.
And then Austin Krell tweeted, he said, according to my calculations, Sixers saved $3.8 million after the trade. So that's just about the amount you need as well. To get into
PJ
that.
Tucker.
Yeah. So
they were trying to move Matisse Thybulle. It was rumored as part of that, like trying to clear up space, and he had $4.5 million.
I think PJ Tucker will be a Sixer. I think it's pretty evident at this point. It's just the logistics of it. But my question to the chat is, and I, would love to hear DJ's thoughts on this. I would love to hear, callers or whatever. We'll get back to the lines, but like, is that enough? If we get DeAnthony Melton, PJ Tucker, like we were talking about earlier, like, is that enough? Is that enough? You lose Danny Green. Who knows about Thybulle? Is that enough? Like, is that going to put you over the top? I don't know. I don't think so.
Healthy
24-year-old,
healthy Joel Embiid, James Harden playing like he played in Brooklyn, Tyrese Maxey taking another step forward, Melton and PJ Tucker off the bench, or PJ Tucker at the 3. I don't know who plays the small forward position. I have no idea.
Yeah, we still need to upgrade, man. We got a bunch of callers on the line. Let's see what James has to say. Let's go to James. James in the 609. What's going on?
You got a bunch of callers on the line. Let's see what
you got the audio of the stream on.
Yo, what's good? Can you hear me?
What's up, James?
What's up, James?
Yo, Melton and PJ is 100% not enough. We have to trade Tobias and get some pieces. Like I know his contract is like really tough for a team to take, but I just don't think with just Melton and PJ that's enough, man. I don't. I think we're just gonna lose in the second round again, personally.
I'm right there with you, James. Might be the minority opinion. Everybody's hyped up on it. I still don't think it's nearly enough. I don't think there's enough experience there. Even though I do get Tucker.
Like even our bench right now, like say we keep it as is, it'll be Melton, Milton, Niang, Paul Reed or Bassey, whoever plays backup. I just think our bench got a little bit better, but nothing like that. Oh, we're gonna get to the conference finals. In my opinion, I think we have to trade Tobias or make another move.
Yeah, I agree.
What can you get for Tobias? That's the thing. Like, if you get somebody to take that, you're not going to get somebody back that helps you.
You don't think anything? Not even a role player? Nothing. You don't think we'll get anything back?
I do. I think what will happen is Tobias will go to an OKC type of team. That's what I think in a 3-team deal.
Okay.
I mean, okay. I get what you're saying. Like, who from OKC will we get back that's gonna like impact us next year? Like Lou Dort maybe, but I don't think the contracts even match up.
I don't think we're gonna get a player from OKC. I think OKC is going to take draft compensation, and I think we'll get a mid-tier.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. Why would anybody give up a role player to pay Tobias Harris $180 million?
Yeah, maybe you're right. I think maybe we're stuck with him. We just run it back to him. I hate his contract. I think we're stuck with him. I hate his contract.
Because I think what Tom Arnone said, you can't trade him just to trade him because he still has value, at least as a third or fourth option. But you just have to maybe accept the fact that we overpaid him. Elton Brand messed up, and there's nothing we can do about it. I don't know.
We're going to have a lot of money allocated. Then we got to pay Tyrese Maxey. Don't forget. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting, man.
Brothers, I hope we make the move. I just want to give a call. Big fans of y'all and keep doing it.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks for calling. Hey, Josh Harris is going to start making some calls if they get closer to Tyrese Maxey getting paid. Because they're like, listen, I can't pay all these guys. Do you know what the threshold is? Do you know what the luxury tax is?
Mm-hmm. Hey, we got a lot allocated, man, on a few guys. Tough to maneuver. We got Time Cop with a $5 donation. Says Toby Teese could be used in a sign and trade. Free agency starts 6:30. That's a tough deal for to get done. I mean, it's possible. I'm still gonna lay with my prediction that Tobias gets moved. Maybe Daryl's got something up his sleeve, but who knows, man? Who knows? Now that Teese is all up in these trade rumors, I mean, he's definitely hearing it, so he knows it could be possible. Let's go to the next caller. We have Jerry 904. What's going on, Jerry?
What's up, RB? Yes, sir.
What's up, Jerry?
How you doing, brothers?
Good.
Thank you
Come
for
man.
doing this. Got one question. Why don't you guys do this more often? This is a good deal.
Hey, we love it,
Thanks, man.
We love it.
We tried to.
Yes, sir. Best content creators out there. Okay, you're coaching the Sixers now. You're not going to get much out of the draft. Like you say, we're stuck, right? What are you going to do? Player development. Player development right now. So over the summer, Harden gets himself in shape. You teach Joel to stay off the 3 line and play in the block, because once he plays in the block, you notice Siakam fouls out. The guy from Miami can't hold him. And then we develop our bench. And the Sixers were right there. Think about it. They were right there. And I know we can beat Boston with Joel playing like a monster. So player development, you're not going to get much out of this draft. The kid coming from the Grizzlies does have ups. He's a good baller, so he's going to improve the bench. But right now, coach has to work on player development over the summer. Serious player development. What do you think?
Doc Rivers has a very bad history when it comes to player development. I agree. That's what he has to do. I don't have faith that I don't have faith that he can do it. I mean, the rest of the staff, let's call it the Sixers staff, has to focus on player development. I have faith in a lot of those guys. Definitely not Doc Rivers, though. But I think they could be better at it collectively.
Yeah, I would just say, how do you develop unless you're playing your young guys, right? Giving them experience. But I agree with you on the notion that that's what we need to do.
Yes, sir. Hey, I appreciate you guys. I hope you do more of this. The call-in shows are great. Love them, RB. You
Thanks.
know North Philly got your back, brother.
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate you, man.
Shout out to North Philly.
Much love. We got another one. Let's go. Bang, bang on the phone line. New Hope, PA in the house. What's going on, New Hope? New Hope. I hear you. You're sneaking in there. Going once, going twice.
Hello?
All right, there we go. Yo, what's going on?
Yo, I just wanted to say, like the trade, but a little worried that we can't do much else. I mean, we lose our first rounder. What other leverage do we have? I mean, I don't think we can do Tobias alone.
It's a good point. That's actually a good point.
That is a good point. We were talking about for weeks attaching that 23rd pick to Tobias or attaching it to Matisse Thybulle. Now that that's gone, what can you do with Tobias by himself? You can trade Thybulle by himself, but I don't think Tobias by himself. I agree. I think we're stuck with Tobias.
Right, and Tobias' contract is one that's killing us right now. So really, without that first pick, kind of backed into a corner.
Yeah. I agree. Something else needs to happen, whether it's I don't see this being the core again, that we run it back with this bench, maybe you sign PJ Tucker, but I still think one more thing needs to happen at least.
And I agree. We needed that first rounder to get a player like KD or Kyrie. So now I'm not sure what's going to go on.
Hey, it'd be a big swing, man. Be a big swing. But shout out to you, man. Appreciate it. We'll go one more. We got my guy.
Thanks for the call.
We got my guy. Appreciate the call. My guy, Seth M. Rose, the OG. Seth, what's going on?
Yo, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
What's up, Seth?
Ain't nothing much, man. Ain't nothing much. You guys hanging in there?
Yeah, man.
Trying to.
That's what I like to hear, man. That's what I like to hear. Just wanted to touch base a little bit, man. I'd like to talk to you guys in a while. Do you guys really believe, and I want to hear a little bit from both of you, because I do value both your opinions. You guys really believe that even just adding a Melton and even one of the players we're talking about is really, really, I mean, you've been asking it, RB.
Mm-hmm.
That's really going to take us over.
No, I don't. And I know people are frustrated with that, but you know how us Sixers fans tend to do. We tend to talk these guys up like they're the best. Maybe, Melton will be an upgrade, but will it be enough? Will him and PJ Tucker be enough around this core? I don't think so. I still think you need a dominant creator coming off the bench. And that's why I was huge on Eric Gordon. I thought he could be that guy, but I don't know. That's kind of looking a little slim now.
Eric Gordon could still happen, couldn't it?
How you, Eastwood?
I still think we're underestimating a little bit how good this team is when Joel Embiid is 100% healthy. I mean, we beat Boston at full strength. We beat Milwaukee at full strength. We beat Miami. He got hurt, and everything's done when he gets hurt. I'm not trying to make it sound like we don't have issues, but I think just the main issue was him being hurt and our bench being atrocious. So if you add Melton and PJ Tucker and Embiid stays healthy and Harden gets back in shape and plays like an all-star level point guard and Maxey takes another step forward, I think this team can surprise everybody.
You see, I'm kind of leaning more towards what Eastwood is saying, but I agree with both of you because I've been having this opinion for 2 years now that we don't get a star. I'm talking a Bradley Beal, a Donovan Mitchell, a Devin Booker. Like, I'm talking a star scorer. We don't get one of them next to Embiid. I really don't believe that we can go that far. Now, I do believe if Embiid is healthy, the sky is really the limit. But the problem is he is a center. He's going to get banged up. He's going to get hurt. And the thing is, Embiid's play style, the dude's on the ground half the time. 7'2", 300 pounds, you're going to get hurt going on the ground that much. So it's just like, can we protect Embiid for later in the season to have them? Because we haven't had them for years. We all know that at the end of the season.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, I say if he's healthy, and it's a huge if. We have yet to get a healthy Joel Embiid in the NBA playoffs. We had a healthy Embiid, but he was playing next to Al Horford, and Ben Simmons was out, and that team just wasn't any good with Josh Richardson starting. But yeah, realistically, we haven't had a healthy Embiid in the playoffs with the right players around him. So it's tough.
It hurts us every time because I love Embiid so much. We all do, man. We just want to see him succeed here in Philly. It's so hard watching this man pour his heart out and his soul out for this team and for this city. And just to see him come up short every year, it kills me, man.
It's all Pascal Siakam's fault.
I know.
Fraud.
Really, really tore us up. But let me ask you one more question before I got here. You guys got a lot of callers. If there was one player, like I said, them stars, who would I know it's not a realistic question. We're probably not getting these guys, but who would you guys want if you could pick one guy? I'm not talking Michael Jordan. I'm talking guys right now. Who would you want?
I don't know.
By giving up who, or just are you talking about a trade?
Just pretty much just like a fantasy. If you could put one guy next to Embiid, how would Harden? Let's just say we got Harden out of here, Tobias out of here. If we were able to get a guy in here, who would you guys want?
Oh, no Harden, no Tobias.
Let's put a fresh star next to Embiid.
That's tough. Damian Lillard. I mean,
are we saying like a realistic scenario or just like any?
Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I would say KD, honestly.
Yeah, I would say KD too, but it's hard to be realistic with how bad our cap is, you know?
Yeah, I agree, man.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for having me on, dude. Keep doing what y'all do, man. I'll keep supporting. And like I said, just keep doing your shit, guys. You guys are the best in the business.
Appreciate it, Seth. Appreciate you,
man. Thanks for the kind words.
DJ, let me ask you, man. We still got 1,000+ in here, by the way. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Hit that like button for your boys. We've been going 3 hours plus strong, breaking it all down. Let me ask you something, man. Like, I agree with you on the sentiment that, like, you know, we're a good team. We could definitely make this first, second round. Like, we're there. Obviously, we need James Harden to be a resemblance of James Harden, right? Like, we need that. But I don't know, man. Like, just thinking about this core, like, all right, you take Danny Green out of the equation, you put DeAnthony Melton in, and you put PJ Tucker in. I think that gets us to the, you know, maybe the third round. Is that making us a championship team, though? Like, I agree that Joel needs to stay healthy. I just don't know if it's enough. Like, I think another solid move needs to happen.
I don't think we can know. James Harden has to play like an all-star. He can't be putting up 2 shot attempts in a second half of a game 6. You know, like, yeah, if James Harden is the same next season, then the same thing's going to happen. If If Tyrese Maxey is the same, then he's just going to be drop 38 points one game and 10 points the next and be inconsistent. If he doesn't take another leap forward, then the same thing's going to happen. But I think it's very possible that he takes a leap forward and Harden gets back to playing like an all-star if he wants to. I don't know. I just think I think I can't assess it right now. I think they could be really good if everything works right, or they could be another second-round exit.
Yeah.
It's not as much of a splash, obviously, as like landing another, like a Bradley Beal or something.
Yeah, I don't want a Bradley Beal on this team. I just think we need guys that can shape out the roster with experience. I think PJ Tucker would be one of those guys. I think that'd be a quality move, but I think we need another move like that. That's just my opinion, though.
Eric Gordon, and you think that's enough then?
Like you said, it would be hard to assess, but I think Eric Gordon would do wonders for this bench. I just don't know if DeAnthony Melton is the guy that you can ask to lead the second unit and say, here you go, here's the ball, right? Go get it done. I don't know if he's that guy yet. Maybe he will be that guy. I don't know. And like you said, we're still lacking in the wing department.
Yeah, we have no starting small forward.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have a starting small forward at all.
Yeah.
Matisse Thybulle, Tobias Harris for Zach LaVine. What do you say, Bulls? What do you say?
Zach LaVine, I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good if it's Zach LaVine. Shout out to Riaz with the $5 donation. Says, you guys are mentioning Harden a lot. Do either of you expect a more Houston Harden next year with a healthy hamstring? What's your expectations? I personally don't want a Houston Harden. I don't want that at all. I don't want and by Houston Harden, I mean an ISO 40 times a game Houston Harden. That's what I do not want. I want the smart quality player that we saw at the beginning of the Harden Philly partnership. That's what I want. And I want Maxey to take another step, which I believe he will. And I want those guys all working, in correspondence with each other. And if we stay healthy, yeah, we can be a quality team. But like DJ said, Harden's got to show up in the playoffs as well. Embiid needs some help. Even Maxey didn't show up in the playoffs. I know he's young. It's a bias, showed up for, first round. But
my expectations is that, like somebody just said in the chat, Harden's playing for a max. Like he opted into the 47, or is rumored that he is opting into the 47 and signing maybe a 2-year deal or something like that. I don't know, but if Harden wants to play for a couple more years at a high level, it's all up to him what he does this offseason. But I think he's at the end of this stage of quitting on teams. Like, you burned enough bridges. This is it now. So I think there's a lot of pressure on him now too to get it done this offseason. And Houston Harden ISO 40 times a game, but kind of because the team was built that way, right? Kind of because it was like a 5-out with just PJ Tucker standing in the corner and Eric Gordon in the corner and whoever else. If you gave me a guy that can drop 60 next to Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, I think that's taking you to the NBA championship. But we're not getting Houston Harden anyway. He's not 27 years old. He's 33. But if he can get back to what he was in Brooklyn, like RB just said, man, he was still an all-star level player. He was on MVP list. He was carrying that team without Kyrie and Kevin Durant. That's all we need. And then he got in the second round and pulled his hamstring again. So we need the guy to be healthy and make some shots. Put up 30 when we really need you to.
I see a lot of people in the chat coming at me. I get it. I'm sorry. It's just, I still think we need more bench depth. I look at the bench. I'm still not as confident. We can talk ourselves into the Shake Miltons and the Furkan Korkmazes, but I just, they do the same thing. They have the same kinds of patterns. I think we need another bench player. We get another bench piece, I'll feel confident. I will. I don't know. We still have a lot of question marks, in my opinion.
Yeah. I just, for what's available right now, I don't think this is it. I don't think this is the end.
I agree.
If this is the end of this offseason, I would be disappointed, definitely, because you still have two players on the roster that what's that?
That's exactly what I mean, though. How do we go from here, right? You traded the draft pick. So what are your weapons now to use in battle, right? It's Matisse Thybulle and Tobias Harris.
I just saw Romp in the chat. He said Melton is literally Shake Milton, LOL.
Right. And is Shake Milton the guy that you can go and get? That's actually a great comparison. Shout out to Romp. Is he? And I would love to hear Romp's thoughts on it. Like, is he?
I remember when they were playing against each other, and the announcer was saying Melton and Milton, and it was kind of funny to me. But yeah.
But is Shake Milton the guy that you're going to give the ball to and say go out and lead the second unit every night? Some nights, maybe. He shows but is he that consistent guy?
I think Melton is better than Milton. Everyone in the chat, is Melton better than Milton? Yes or no?
I'm not saying that he's not better,
Better version of Shake.
Right. But is he the best? Like, is he your number one option on a bench?
Fat Pat said Shake is better than Melton.
I wouldn't doubt he's better than Shake Milton.
No, he said the other way around. He said Shake is better. I don't know. I don't know.
Someone says, what are you talking about? Maxey didn't show up in the playoffs. Kid averaged 21 a game. Right. And in the biggest games of the year, nobody else showed up.
Box score watchers.
Other than a man with half of a face and ligaments torn in each thumb. I mean,
Yo, Maxey's incredible. What he did in the playoffs is incredible. But if you're going to sit here and say he wasn't inconsistent, you're absolutely lying to yourself. Dropping 38 and then dropping 10 is the definition of inconsistent. And guess what? I'm not a mathematician or anything, but the average between 38 and 10 is probably somewhere around 20. So you could look at the box score and say he averaged 20, you guys are idiots. Or you could watch the game by game and say, yeah, he was dominant in this game, and then he kind of disappeared in certain other games. I'm getting too tired for this. We've been up here for 3.5 hours.
Yeah. We'll be on here for a little bit longer. We still got a ton of people in here. Look, I'm trying to be positive, but I feel, again, I'm happy that we got a bench addition, and I'm happy we got the Danny Green contract off. I'm just asking the chat. And look, you guys got all these thoughts. Call in and give us some thoughts. My question is, what weapons do you have to now go get more pieces, right? You're probably going to sign PJ Tucker. If you don't think that is enough, then what are you going to use as your bargaining chips? Because you don't have any more cap space once you sign PJ Tucker. That's what I'm asking. So is it Tobias Harris? Is it Matisse Thybulle? What is it? That's what I'm asking, man. That's all I'm asking. Let's go to Anton on the phone lines. Anton, what's going on? Anton on the line. From the 940. Going once. Going twice. Wasn't ready. All right. OKC got another Jalen Williams. Do we not have future first-round picks to trade? We have no first-round pick next year. It belongs to the Brooklyn Nets. We have 2 second rounds next year. And then we have, I think, 1 in 24. Relax. Melton can help us. We definitely have to get bench better. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, man. I don't think people are understanding what I'm trying to say. I'm just asking, okay, if you sign PJ Tucker, where's the flexibility to go out and get another piece? That's all I'm asking. Melton almost matches the salary of Danny Green. So where do you go after that? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know.
You got no first round pick next year. It's a step in the right direction. But maybe you make a trade. We got a bunch of callers on the line. I think everybody's coming at me now. All right, let's go. I think like 10 people just called it. All right, Dave, what's going on? Dave. Rapid fire. Let's go. Dave.
This is Rom.
Dave Rompillo.
Hello?
What's going on, Rom?
Yeah, this is a pretty mid trade in my opinion. I'm not mad at it, but it's just like you were saying, we need to add more. He really does remind me of Shake Milton, probably a better 3-point shooter. At least he could dribble, so that's a good thing. But my thing is he's 6'2". And whenever people are like, yo, should we trade for D'Anthony Melton? I kind of shied away because during the playoffs, he just didn't look like he belonged in the playoffs, and he averaged like 2 points a game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And like I just find it funny like how the chat is like saying like Shake, Furk, he's better than all those guys. But like if you look at his stats, he has months where he shoots under 40%. He's just as inconsistent. So like I think the reality is our superstars, James Harden, Joel Embiid, have to overcome inconsistencies from role players. It's just that plain and simple. Because no matter who we get, they're going to be like shooting 30% at times. Like George Niang was our most reliable role player pretty much all season long, and he fell off a cliff in the playoffs. So our stars got to be stars. That's really all I wanted to say.
That's really any team, though, right? Like, who has superstar or star level, like, you know, like role players are role players. They're inconsistent, right? That's what they are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, he's only 6'2", and that just pisses me off. Like, I feel like I would rather Wendell Moore Jr. and size and length. 6'2", are you kidding me? Come on.
Yeah, they weren't going to play a rookie, though. That just wasn't going to happen.
But why not?
Because Doc Rivers. Because Doc Rivers.
Okay, who's our wing?
Every move we make now is to force Doc Rivers to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Who's our wing?
I have no idea. We don't know yet.
Don't have any. And how are we going to get one? That's what I'm asking. I would have loved Eric Gordon, man.
Well, hey, look.
Yeah.
Houston went the years where Daryl Morey decided they didn't need a center, so maybe he's just going to decide we don't need wings.
We haven't had wings.
Yeah, but Kevin Durant literally just tweeted, "It's a wing league."
It is.
And I just quoted, "We don't got any."
I'm
That's
speaking
true.
facts, man. I'm speaking.
That is true.
Facts.
It's been a guard and wing league for a long time, and we've been without. There was like 6 straight years where we didn't have a point guard because we were trying to convince ourselves it was Ben Simmons, and now we have no wings at all.
Oh man,
we seem to do the opposite of whatever the NBA is trending in.
Yeah, you're right.
And then we got Doc Rivers. So we might as well just quit while we're ahead, you know. Delete our channels.
Now you sound like Greg. Greg hasn't made a Sixers video in 2 months.
He's done. He's done.
No, we were on stream today, and I proposed this exact trade, and I literally said, if they do this, I would not be happy, and I roasted it. So I am to blame. I roasted it into existence. So,
Well, see what happens. But
great show, guys.
appreciate you, Romp.
Later.
Appreciate the call, man. We have so many people calling in right now, wanting to give their takes. Seth
Thanks,
Rowe
Rob.
says, got a bad feeling Harden is shot, legs are done. That would be our worst nightmare. If we have him for a couple more years, and that's where we're at, we got to hope and pray he's ready to go. And
I
Seth,
don't think legs are done, man. 33 years old is not that old. He was just in shape 2 years ago. He just dropped a 40-point triple-double literally like 5 months ago.
Yeah. We got to hope and pray, man. Seth with the $2 donation says, do we trade Bias this offseason? Do y'all want to? That's been my big prediction, man. I think that is the next thing that might happen. I think we're going to trade Tobias. I think that'll, create flexibility. I think that's where we go next. I do. But all right, we got a bunch of callers. We'll get to a couple more in the stream. Appreciate everybody calling in, man. Shout out to everybody. Let's go to Ando. What's going on? 610.
Hey.
Yo, what's going on?
I just wanted to talk about flexibility. I think, the only way to create flexibility is Tobias Harris. I mean, you can work around Cork Maz or something like that, but that's not going to go get you where you need to be. I think it's Tobias Harris, and Morey's not the kind of guy to sit around and be like, oh, this is good enough. I think with an MVP caliber player and Embiid and Harden, you got to take a chance and take a risk. And Tobias Harris is that contract that you can hopefully pair with Matisse or someone, even throw Springer in a deal or something.
Yeah.
Get him off the books and
do something. But I mean, I'm with you guys. I think we're stuck, and that's the only player that we can move.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree 100%. It's gonna take some configuring, and it's not easy, man. This has been a mess that Daryl Morey has inherited. I think he's doing a decent job with it, but it's a process. You know what I mean?
He did inherit a mess. You're right, and he made some moves, and then had to see what Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid ended up like, and then that turned into another mess, and then he had to deal with that. So yeah, I mean, he's had his work cut out for him with not a whole lot really to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the 215. Rich. What's going on?
Mess, and then he had to deal with that. So yeah, I mean,
Rich.
a lot of work cut out, but not a whole lot really to work with.
Rich. What's going on, Rich?
Absolutely. Let's go to the.
Hey, what's up, man?
Turn the stream off in the back, my man.
Oh yeah, my bad.
All good, man.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yep, all good, man. What's going on?
Yeah. Oh man, this draft is like. As a Sixers fan, man, I became a Sixers fan in 2013 when we traded Drew Holiday for Nerlens Noel, and I've been there through all the suffering, drafting back-to-back centers and giving up on wings and getting players that end up leaving us down the line. And I was really looking forward to this draft because I was praying to God that the Sixers would keep the 23rd pick and get some type of wing that can help us, because honestly, this free agent agency is not really that good for us, honestly, because we have no flexibility, especially since I believe Harden opted in his contract. And Tobias, I don't think no team want him, and we don't have no future picks in order to help us to get off his contract. Because I was really, really hoping that we was drafting a wing or even a four that could play like a high-end four, like for instance, like an EJ Liddell. But dude, we traded our pick for another guard. That yes, he's okay defensively. He can play makes a little bit, but honestly, it doesn't move a needle for us once, like at all. And I honestly watched some of the best defenders getting drafted by other teams. That just basically shows us, like, oh my God, this is a wing league. Like for instance, like y'all said, Katie said it's a wing league, and we literally are getting guards back that's not going to help us, especially help Embiid, which I won't be mad if he, after this season, if he asks for a trade, because honestly, nothing we've been doing. I understand, like when you guys said that Daryl Morey basically got, the job, and he's been trying to figure out how to get us out of the wrong decisions making that we've made for the past few years. But honestly, man, I don't know, man. Detroit looking like a really appealing team to be a fan of after this draft.
Detroit's a team to be a fan of. Well, might have to go there. But hey, appreciate the call. And by the way, Jaden Hardy just got selected by the Sacramento Kings. So they don't get Jaden Ivey, they get Jaden Hardy.
We're gonna be good, man. People need to understand we're not trash. Joel Embiid needs to stay healthy. None of this matters if Joel Embiid doesn't stay healthy.
I agree. Pick 37 is where Jaden Hardy goes. They wanted us to get him at 23. Sheesh, man. EJ Liddell still on the board. I'm saving out my last hope here that the Sixers can get Liddell somehow. Trade back in, right? Pick him up.
Give a future. What do you mean, like future seconds or something to get back in the draft?
Yeah, screw it at this point. Screw it.
Would they trade a future first to get back in the draft at this point?
You think so? I don't know.
No, that's a lot.
Not happening. All right, we'll go one more. Let's go. What do we want? Chris Stop on the phone. What's going on, Chris Stop?
What's going on, buddy?
What up, man?
All right, here's my suggestion. I think we should do. I say we get rid of Tobias and Thighill and send them to the Kings for Harrison Barnes. Why? That opens up $18 million, leaving us room to go sign a guy like Drummond, Malik Monk, and bring in Tucker, who can replace Danny Green for the knockdown shots. And then you got you know what I mean? Our depth is just so much better.
Why would the Kings do that, though? Let me ask you that.
Why would the Kings do that?
Yeah.
Because they're getting Thibault, who has young legs, and Tobias Harris is basically the same contract.
Oh, Thibault and Tobias for Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, I'd get rid of them both, even though Thibault, it may seem like we're overpaying. Tobias didn't bring much to us. So he brought us 15, 18 points a game, which Barnes can do. And then you're freeing up $18 million. And now you have room to go get PJ, who does the same thing that Danny Green did. And now you also have money to go get Drummond back, Malik Monk. We need scorers and rebounders on our bench. We don't have enough athleticism.
All right, man. I respect the take. I don't think the Kings would do that. Me personally speaking, because I mean, you're trading Harrison Barnes, you're getting similar player back, right?
For more money.
Yeah, and then you're getting Matisse Thybulle, who, I mean, unless the Kings
if they value Matisse that high, then they think that he's going to change their entire team defensively, which some teams seem to think that. Then maybe they would. Maybe they would do that.
Are you comfortable with bringing Tobias back? Like at this point, do you think, all right, just bring back the core four, see what we can do with them? What do you think?
Me?
Yeah.
No. No, I do not want to watch Tobias Harris again, man. I never liked the fit next to Joel Embiid. He doesn't shoot enough threes at a high enough percentage. He's not even really. He tried to be a catch and shoot guy in the postseason this past season when James Harden joined the squad. He tried to turn himself into this catch and shoot guy, and he did a pretty good job at it. But he's not a catch and shoot guy. It's not what he is. He's comfortable getting down on the block and doing a little fadeaway jump shot. No, at that money, but you can't trade him. Can't trade him.
All right. We'll go one more call. My man's been on the line forever. Coming in from Virginia. I think he's got something good to say. Let's go to Virginia. Virginia, what's going on? Virginia. Going once. Going twice.
I can hear you in the background.
He's got the stream on. Virginia, what's going on?
He laid his phone down.
Yo. Hello?
Yo.
Yo.
Virginia, what's going on?
What's up?
What's up, Virginia? Give us something, man. Say something.
Anything? Come on, man.
Bang, bang. What's up? I don't know what Virginia. I think Virginia's asleep,
all right,
man.
Virginia. He said, yo. He said, what's up? What's up?
What's up? Like
We're
we called
running the
him.
show here.
Sound like we called him. Hello, who's this?
What's up, man? How you doing? All right. Not the way I wanted to finish off the calls, man. But yo, the callers were great, actually. I enjoyed all the callers. Still got 800 people in here. We're almost at 4 hours. Do we go the 4 hours?
No, I gotta go.
I'm still banking on Lydell. He's still on the board.
If you want to go 4 hours, you can. But for me, it's been real.
All right, let's read a couple final comments. RJ says, we never have a backup plan. Nothing matters without Joel. Then why did we get Harden? Instead of Kobe White, we've been dreaming of, we got Melton. No disrespect, but it's not enough.
Look at it this way. We were the number 1 seed in the East with Joel Embiid healthy, Ben Simmons refusing to play, Seth Curry and Andre Drummond. So we trade Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, and the guy that refuses to play. We get Harden, who could be better this upcoming season. And we add Melton. I don't know. I just don't know. This team, they
Who's our wings, though? Who are we playing at the forward?
Who was our wings last season?
Well, apparently it was Danny Green.
Right.
Out of position.
So
who's our wing now?
maybe a mid-level exception guy. Maybe a Markieff Morris or Marcus, whichever one's available. One of them is.
All right.
A veteran minimum guy or something. I don't know.
I think at this point you're just like, who cares? Like whoever.
It is a wing. It is a wing. And somebody in the chat was completely right that it's been a wing league since 2000. Like Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, Paul Pierce. Like all the Carmelo Anthony, all that's been a wing league forever, and we never have them.
Someone
We
said
never
Paul
have a 6'7", 220, 3-point shooting, dribbling, dunking wing. We never have one.
Someone said Paul Millsap, and then someone said bring our draft pick up from last year, Jaden Springer. Springer's not a wing.
What is he?
I don't think he fits the mold of like a starting wing. That's what
Jaden
I'm
Springer's
trying to say.
weird. Jaden Springer's weird. Like he scored in the last minutes of some of those blowouts, but he's just weird to me. The way that he plays, he's like low center of gravity. Looks like a football player, and he like plows into people and finishes at the rim. Like I don't know if Jaden Springer's an NBA player.
Why'd we draft him in the first round?
No idea. That was the most random Daryl Morey draft pick I've ever.
He doesn't usually keep first round picks either. Like he usually trades them. That was one of the ones that he kept.
He's never going to tell us what happened, but maybe somebody agreed. Maybe he was planning on trading him. Maybe something fell through, and he's like, I'm stuck with this 18-year-old kid. Now what do I do? I don't know.
Let's see. We had a wing. They drafted him and traded him on the same night.
From Philly. His mom worked for the team.
I'll never forgive that.
Worst
We had
trade
Jimmy
in
Butler.
history.
We had Jimmy Butler.
Worst trade in history. And then the guy that made the trade sold his stake in the team. It was Scott O'Neal. It was rumored that Scott O'Neal made that trade or told Brett Brown to make the trade because he liked, billionaires playing 2K with real people.
RB, are you signing Lydell as an undrafted free agent? I think he's going to get picked up, but I think Morey went to bed, honestly. I think he made the trade. He turned his phone off. He said, all right, I'm going to bed, man. I'm going to bed. Good night.
VR Heem, what's up? VR Heem wants to call. Yeah, go ahead, call. Why not? VR Heem's been a supporter of my channel for a long time and always in the Discord.
We got a couple callers on the line. All right, we'll go to 856. What's going on, 856? 856.
Hello.
Hello.
What's going on? What's going on, Eastwood? What's going on?
What's up, man?
I just wanted to say a couple things. One thing, I feel like a lot of people forget about the fact that it takes a lot of luck to win a fight, or even get that far. Because, like, if you just look at, let's just say, the Miami Heat, for example, they are like 1-3 away from potentially going to the finals and being there. That's a whole different series. We are 2 minutes off if Joel Embiid gets subbed out to a little bit earlier. Then he doesn't get hit in his face. The Heat series goes a completely different way. And I just hate the idea that we always say we don't have enough talent, which I don't think is true. I think we have more than enough. I do agree with the point that we do need a wing or a better wing or more wings in general. But the fact that people keep saying we don't have enough talent is not true. We have more than enough talent. It's just, I think it goes into our culture and how we run things. Because if you look at the Warriors, the way that they have turned the beginning of their season around to the end, it's like nobody would have expected the Warriors to really be in the finals this year or in the beginning of the year at least. And I feel like if we just really, but that kind of goes into coaching, so that's just a whole different point. But if we really just get behind the scenes and really just make our players want it more and just have this more of this mindset to do it all season and not get lazy and just put our best foot forward, I really think we have a chance to be able to win with the team that we have now and a little bit more with like a wing adding like PJ Tucker or Eric Gordon. But I really do think we could win possible.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm serious, and I'm the Negadelphian on YouTube. You know what I mean? But I just think that part of it is that Tom Arnone talked me into this because he made it. He drilled it into my head. Joel Embiid was hurt. We need to remember that. If he's hurt, we're not winning anything. If he's healthy, every team he's on is good.
And I think you can say that about literally every team with their star. It's like I think we hate or beat ourselves down like too much, or beat ourselves down a lot too much. And something that I like to do is go into other fan bases, because I was really thinking about it. Is like, is it just us? Like, is it just the luck of the Sixers fans and stuff? So I started to like look into other fan bases and other like servers and discords and stuff like that, and they say the exact same things we say. The Warriors fans, the Celtics, they say all of them. They all say the exact same things we say about our team and how we suck and all this and all that, until we start winning. Once we start winning, then everybody wants to change their mind. But I think we should actually like start, being somewhat more, not just optimistic. I think we do have a chance. It just takes a lot of luck and also just a lot of more better coaching, which obviously, it's a situation with that. But I think we do still have a chance. So I think we shouldn't be as, pessimistic as everybody is, especially you, RB. I know you really have your opinions on it, but I think you shouldn't be as pessimistic.
Look, man, I'm the one that tries to keep the positivity. I'm just speaking from the realness of my heart, man. Like, we can be positive. We can go throughout 70, 80 games. The fact of the matter is we get to the second round every year and we lose, like, because of an injury, or this happens or that. We let Jimmy Butler walk. Like, it just keeps happening. So we have to be real at some point. You know what I mean?
But I do have a question for you then. How far do you think we are off? Like, how many, like, if you could say how many players off, or like how much are we off? Do you think we're really off, or like just a little bit?
I mean, I think we need more bench depth. I think we need a guy or two more. We keep talking ourselves into the Shake Miltons and Furkons of the world, but you need more. You need more. So,
well, if you get PJ Tucker, and Doc only plays 8 guys in the playoffs, so there you go. You got 3 bench guys.
All right, and who's the backup center?
It should be Charles Bassey. It should have been last season.
Right, but it's not going to happen.
The fact that this guy played Paul Millsap one-on-one against Giannis Antetokounmpo for 10 straight minutes and let him give up 17 straight points, he should have been fired on the spot. That's the most insane coaching decision I've ever seen. And he's still here. Yeah. Paul Millsap. Nobody in the world would do that.
Right. So it's hard to be positive about that, man.
I just wanted to bring up the point. I'm going to get off here in a second, but I just wanted to bring up the point. I think we put too much into saying that we don't have enough talent a lot of the time, which I just don't think is true, because you just look at 90% of the other teams around the league, I don't think they have that much more talent. Like, if you just, like, I keep comparing ourselves to the Warriors because obviously they just won. And if you just look at, Jordan Poole, he fell off in that series. He did not play well in that series at all. That whole series was just Stephen Curry being Stephen Curry, and then Andrew Wiggins coming up. But so if I put ourselves in that and I compare ourselves to that, we have Maxey who can easily do the same thing. He can easily just get a spark like that and become that player we need. Same thing with James Harden. So I don't think it's a talent thing. I just think it's not only just a luck thing. I think we do have bad luck, and I think it's also just a coaching and culture thing more than anything else, rather than talent.
Wait, so Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, I lost him there. Like
Draymond Green, Jordan Poole.
Come on,
man. That's more talent than
I mean, Andrew Wiggins stepped up like nobody's business. This guy left. This guy. I mean, come on. Right? We need more talent. We have talent, but at the end of the day, you got to win. You got to win, and we just haven't.
I mean, I would compare us to a lot of the teams in the NBA, but the Warriors are just the Warriors. I can't go there. They're going to be the Warriors.
Same point, man. We got to get over the hump. And this is why I said to you guys at the trade deadline during the stream, like, is our best chance behind us when we had a guy like Jimmy Butler to help propel us? Like, look at where we're at. It's tough. I don't want it to be. I want to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. I want to get to the finals. It's not like we have all the time in the world, though. Just in my opinion, though. Just in my opinion. Need more winners, man. We need guys that know how to play. And I just don't think DeAnthony Melton makes us a championship contender right off the bat. Like,
I don't think so either. But again, I don't think you need. I don't think you need another star.
no, I agree with you. I do not want another star. I look at the Celtics. I look at the Warriors. Right? As for example, the Celtics. They didn't go with a third star. They developed young guys that they drafted. The Pritchards, the Rob Williams. Look where they're at.
Yeah.
Grant Williams. That's what we need. But we can't develop anybody, and we don't play the young guys.
Doc wouldn't even play Grant Williams. Guy wouldn't be on the floor.
Nah, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Peyton Pritchard wouldn't be out there either.
Right. And my point is, okay, if you're not going to draft guys, if Jaden Springer's not going to see the floor again for another year, and you're going to give limited action to Bassey and Paul Reed, then you need to get another guy. And the way to do that is you have to free up some flexibility. And the way to do that is really to trade Tobias, because we know that situation. Speed Demon says Sixers are going to be good. Don't sweat it. We're going to be good in the regular season. We're going to be a top 4 seed. But I'm tired of being good. I want to get to the championship. You know what I mean? I want to go into the playoffs knowing, like, all right, this team is a bunch of dogs. We're going to get to the third round. We're going to get to the finals.
Somebody in the chat said this team changes every year, and a lot of people, some people keep saying things like that because we change the roster every year. That's because it wasn't good enough. Some people are at this like we have to run it back because we haven't had enough time. No, you don't. You don't have to bring the same exact team back just because. Yeah. Actually, how many NBA teams actually come back 2 years in a row with the same exact squad, the whole bench and everything? Yeah. Probably not a lot.
Someone
they
says
make changes every offseason because the team wasn't good enough.
Exactly. Someone says Maxey was developed. No, he wasn't. He wouldn't have even played this year if it wasn't for, all this stuff going on.
Maxey developed himself.
Right. We need more guys like Maxey.
Maxey developed himself. I can't give the Sixers credit for developing Maxey. He developed himself.
Right. I'll end it off by saying this. And we've been on here almost 4 hours. Look, man. Overall, we got off Danny Green. We got a guy who can hopefully be a depth piece. We're not done. We still need to do more. That's where I'm at with it. I'm not saying, this doesn't give us an upgrade. I'm not saying it doesn't help us. It does. But we still have other things to be addressed. I still think we need to round out the team if we want to be great, if we want to get to where we're trying to go. And I don't think Daryl Morey is done. I don't think I can think of Daryl Morey at this situation and say, all right, he's done. He's going to get PJ Tucker and that's it. I just can't see that. I can't. We're talking about a guy that trades for John Wall, that trades for Russell Westbrook, that trades for James. Like, he's going to do something. I don't know what he can, but I don't know, man. I think something else is coming.
I think so too. And I don't think this right here is enough, but again, this is not the only thing that's going down, and I don't think we need a big splash. I don't. I think
agree.
It's a big question mark. It's a big question mark. There's two biggest question marks. Can Joel stay healthy? Can James Harden not play like Ben Simmons in the playoffs? So,
yeah,
that's
where we're at. That's where we're at. Well, shout out to everybody coming through tonight, man. While we were on the call, E.J. Liddell was taken by the New Orleans Pelicans. So that is officially over. Maybe they'll trade Zion now, but nah. Anyway, shout out to everybody for coming through, man. Still got 600 plus in here, man. If you have not yet, hit that like button for your boys. We've been on here grinding it out, talking about all the news, reacting, discussing. Productive stream, man. No doubt. We have a $2 donation from RU 2001. Says a Luka Maxey backcourt would be a dream backcourt. I mean, yeah.
It would. Yeah. I agree. A Michael Jordan, Allen Iverson backcourt would have been great.
Throw it in the trade machine. Throw it in there, man. McNugget says sub to everyone's channel. Exactly. Wherever you guys are watching, man. Be sure to subscribe. Philly Take with RB, running back Philly. Hope you guys enjoyed this show. It was fun. It was fun collabing,
A lot of fun, man.
I'd say this beat last year. I'd say there was more action, right? More.
I paid a little bit more attention to college players this year. I think I knew a little bit more about what was happening in the draft, so that made it more fun for me. Last year, I was just like, trade Ben Simmons. I don't care about anything else, and it didn't happen.
Exactly. We're slowly but surely cleaning up the mess, man. But we got to get better, and I hope we will. We got free agency. Honestly, not to kill anybody's hopes here, but I think that this might beat free agency because I don't know if free agency has a lot of flashy names.
We're getting crazy in the chat now. Should have never gave up Dario and TJ McConnell. Where are those guys? Where are those guys at? Oh my God.
Last question. Why is the channel called Run It Back?
I started it in 2000. I forget, 2018. I wanted them to run it back. They told me they were going to run it back. It was the Jimmy Butler, Tobias Harris, Joel Embiid.
That's what they haven't done.
And Josh Harris said that he was all in. He would pay any luxury tax they had to. They were planning on paying all 4 players a max contract. And then Jimmy was like, joke's on you, bro. I'm out.
And they have not run it back.
No, they have not run it back.
They have not. All right, man. Wherever you guys are watching, hit the like button. This was fun. 4 hours. Drop the 4s in the chat, man. Let's go. You know where to come for the consistent coverage. We're breaking it down, giving you the content that you need, man. So appreciate everybody. Whether we agreed, disagreed, all the callers, all the takes. You guys are the best. Play the outro, man. Philly take with RB. Run it back, Philly. RB DJ Eastwood. Any last words, man? It was a fun one.
We're getting there. Step 1 complete. We're getting there.
Let's go, man. Appreciate everybody in the house, man. Evan, Habib, your boy Richie, Shad, Jay North, Tyler, Fat Pat. Appreciate you guys, man. You guys have a great one. Stay up to date with the content. Hit that bell, man. Catch you on the next one. Peace.
Later.